Welcome everyone to the day 2. I hope you guys are having fun, right? As much as we are. I am here to, announce Benjamin. Benjamin is working with WordPress since 2014, and he made his first website, if I'm not wrong, for a church, his local church in WordPress, and that's how he got involved in WordPress. And he started contributing to the localization of training website, the learn.wordpress, right? And doing that, right? And as the Matt was mentioning, or Matt was talking about the importance of converting it into multiple languages, he is now the tech team rep of the localization team. So it's his responsibility to make it happen, right? And he's the one, right, who is going to show us today how to, make it happen. Like, what are the steps we have to do? What is the process? And how we can actually convert this Learn website into multiple languages, right? So over to you, Ben.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ben. I'm from Automatic, and I'm a full-time contributor to WordPress. I am also the training team rep for 2023. But today, I'd like to talk to you as someone who is passionate about helping people learn. I'm passionate about helping people learn about WordPress, and I'm passionate about helping people learn about WordPress in their own language. So, looks can be deceiving, but English is not my first language. Japanese is actually my first language. I was born in Australia, but my family moved to Japan when I was 2 years old. And all my education was done in Japanese. My friends are Japanese. My wife is Japanese. Life outside of WordPress is Japanese for me. 今日日本から来られている方も何名か見えてますけれども、この講演聞いてくださってありがとうございます。And so, as somebody who speaks English and Japanese, I see a difference in the world about how information is accessible or not accessible to different languages. There are a lot of resources on the internet for people who speak English, but I want to see the same information presented to people who even don't speak English. And so today, I'd like to share with you how you can contribute to the localization of content on the Learn WordPress website. So, Learn WordPress. How many people have accessed this website in the past? learn.wordpress.org. All right. If you haven't accessed it, please get your phone out and type it into your browser and open it in a tab so you can look at it after this session is over. I want you to focus on the presentation for the moment, but do open it in your browser so you can take a look later. Learn WordPress. This is the official education website for the WordPress project, and the goal is to become the definitive educational website for all users of WordPress. So we want people who use WordPress, like build sites, come to this website. We also want people who develop WordPress to be able to come to this website and find the information they're looking for. We want designers and extenders to use Learn WordPress as their go-to resource. And then we also want contributors, community members, to be able to use this website as their resource also. So, yeah, if you haven't seen this website before, do check it out. The Learn WordPress website, we have new content produced every week. We have some content pretty much every day that comes out here. And so somebody has to make that content, make sure it's updated, and keep the Learn WordPress website just current and fresh and new for people who visit. And that is the training team's responsibility. So the WordPress training team looks after the WordPress Learn website, the actual website itself, but also the content we produce there. So the training team has actually been making educational content since 2013. So we're coming up to 10 years this year. WordPress is 20 years old, so half of that. The training team has been active. But the Learn WordPress website itself, we've been stewarding this site since 2020. So 3 years now, the Learn WordPress website has been going. On the website, we have 4 types of content. We have online workshops, we have video tutorials, we have text-based lesson plans, and we have online courses. So let me introduce each of these to you. Online workshops. These are live interactive sessions, often hosted on Zoom and other video conferencing tools. To be honest, this is my most favorite type of content on the Learn WordPress website. You get to meet WordPress users from all over the world, interact with them live, get their questions, help them learn new things about WordPress. So I really like these. Online workshops, the topics vary. So we have content for beginners to WordPress, like how to make your WordPress account, how to log into WP Admin, what the block editor is. We also have content for developers, so how to make a block theme, how to use the REST API. We have presentations, but we also have like live demos of people actually coding, and you can ask the developer questions while they're making plugins and themes. We also have just general discussions about how the internet works, like what is a domain and what is SEO, how can you improve your SEO. And finally, we also do online workshops about the WordPress community, so what meetups are, what different events are, what the different teams are, and how you can get involved. So in English, pretty much every single day there is something going on at Learn where you can be part of and learn about WordPress. The second type of content are video tutorials. So these are roughly 5-minute videos about single topics. So if you want to just learn a specific feature about WordPress or just get information about one specific point, then these videos are really good. We've started to localize some of these videos as well. So you'll see in the screenshots here, we have a Japanese tutorial video. We also have a Portuguese tutorial video. So we've started to see some of these get localized. Lesson plans. So lesson plans are text-based plans for teachers of WordPress. So online workshops and tutorials are for learners of WordPress who want to learn, but these lesson plans are for the teachers. So we often hear meetup organizers say they're enthusiastic about meetups. They want to organize an event, but they don't know what to talk about or what discussions to have. And so these lesson plans give meetup organizers 30 to 60 minutes worth of content they can take to their meetup and deliver. So they have screenshots, they have learning objectives, they have assessment exercises that everybody can do on their own computers. Basically, it's a meetup packaged on a single page for you. So we have these lesson plans as well. And because these are text-based, we're seeing an increase in people translating these lesson plans into different languages. And the fourth type are courses. So as the name suggests, these are online courses you can take. We have about 20 courses at the moment, and unfortunately, none in languages other than English. Every single course at the moment is in English, so you have to be able to speak English to take these. Again, the course topics vary between basic WordPress usage, development, block theme development, how to get involved with the community, etc. So these are the 4 types of content on Learn WordPress. When you look at the statistics, 83% of people in the world do not speak English. 83% don't speak a single word of English. So everybody here would fall in the 17% over this side of the graph. We all speak at least a little bit of English. But in reality, most of the world doesn't. But when you look at the Learn website, only 11% of our content is in languages other than English. And when you think about the hundreds of languages there are, we only have about a dozen languages represented on the Learn WordPress website, and most of those languages only have 1 or 2 pieces of content. So there is a huge gap here between the need in the world and what Learn is actually producing right now. When you break it down, online workshops, about 19% in January were in languages other than English. So we've been doing Japanese workshops since August last year. From autumn last year, we did a couple of Greek online workshops. And this year, we've seen some Bangla workshops happening as well. So we have Japanese, Greek, and Bangla. Combined in January, these were about 20%, 19% of online workshops hosted. Tutorial videos, we have over 130 videos on Learn at the moment. Out of those, 15 have been translated. So good job. But we can do better. We can definitely do better. Lesson plans, we have over 100 lesson plans, and out of those, 15% have been translated. Well, 15% are in languages other than English. So we want to still translate all these lesson plans. And courses is still 0%, so there's a huge potential here for people to localize content. So now that you know about Learn and what Learn is about, how can you contribute to the localization? Now, when you talk about localization, I think everybody first thinks of translators. So we need translators. And that is very true. But what I want to share with you today is there are more ways than just translating to localize content. Translators is one important role, but that's not the only role. To summarize what I'm about to share in the next few slides, this URL says it all. So look at this URL. It's make.wordpress.org/training/handbook/getting started. The training team launched a brand new onboarding program this month. So last year, we noticed people would come to training, they were enthusiastic, they had excitement, they wanted to get involved, but we didn't have a really good onboarding system for them to understand how they can contribute to Learn. And so for the last few months, we've had a project going with different volunteers creating a new onboarding program. It starts from the same URL, but depending on your interest, it branches off into different parts. So if you're interested in translating, we have an onboarding path for translators. But if you are interested in the other areas of content localization, this same onboarding URL will take you there. So look at this URL later as well. And if you're interested in localization, this will give you all the details for that. So that's my presentation. So if you want to walk out, take this URL, and that's it. But let me give you a bit more details. So this is the general flow of how content is translated. So first of all, you choose a piece of content, generally English, and then you translate the content, and then you review the translation. So we generally have content reviewed by 2 or 3 people before it becomes published on Learn. So we have a review step, and then finally it's published. If you're making new content, there's an extra step at the beginning, which we call topic vetting. So at the moment, the training team has over 100 topics of content we want to create, 100 topics that different users have suggested to us they want content for. And so these topics go through a vetting process to identify the priority. So depending on what WordPress development is going on at the moment, depending on the needs of the users, there is a vetting process so we can prioritize different topics, and then people can build out those content. So if you're making new content, there's a topic vetting, then you create the content, and then there's a content review step, and then finally that content is published. So that's an overview here. And what I want to point out is there are different roles involved in this process. So I have a couple of colored bubbles here. These are the different roles that are involved in this content creation process. So on the far left there, we have content translators, and this is probably what first comes to people's minds when you think about localization. But then in the center here, we also have content creators, we have translation reviewers, At the top right, we have subject matter experts who vet the content topics, and we also have editors. So what I want you to pick up here is that there are different roles that work together in order to localize content. In the training team, we pull it out as a model like this. So on the far left, you have content creators. These are the people who actually write the lesson plans or record the tutorial videos or build out the courses. We also then have content translators. So these are the people who look at the English content and translate that into their different languages. We have subject matter experts. So these subject matter experts are the experts of different topics. So you have a subject matter expert about WordPress development or plugin development, and then you have a different subject matter expert about WordPress SEO, and then you have a subject matter expert about content writing. And the reason why we have subject matter experts is so that content creators don't have to be the experts. Content creators work with subject matter experts to build out the content. So you can be someone who is passionate about video recording or passionate about building online courses. You don't have to be an expert because there's a subject matter expert there who will work alongside you and provide you with the information to build the content from. So we have content creators, content translators, subject matter experts. We have editors. The editor's primary job is to review content before it is published. But editors also look at content that has been published to see if anything needs to be updated. So we all know WordPress is constantly getting updated, so the interface changes, and we have to change the screenshots in our material. So editors keep an eye out on the published content to make sure that is constantly being updated as well. We have translation reviewers who review translations before they are published, and you can probably start to see there are a lot of different people involved in producing a single piece of content. So we have administrators in the center there who connect all the different roles together and make sure they work smoothly to publish content. So if you want to get involved with localization, we have at least 6 areas here where you can get involved with. But there's one more role I want to point out today and encourage you to apply for, and that is the locale ambassador role. So Learn WordPress has predominantly been producing English content for the last couple of years. And last year, we started a new push to get content translated into different languages. So we have different roles within the training team, and if every training team member spoke 200 languages, then we could all just translate the content ourselves. But we don't speak that many languages. And so what we have to do is we need to make connections with the different local WordPress communities to encourage those people to come in and join our efforts to build out these translated contents on Learn. And so we need someone to connect the training team with the local community so that they understand our goals and our passion about translating WordPress. And the local ambassador can also introduce the needs of the community to the training team. So a particular community might have a hard time adopting the block editor, and so they need particular resources about that. Or a particular community might be lacking resources around WordPress development, so they need development-related resources. And hopefully the local ambassador can relay that information back to the training team. The training team can make the material, and then they can also encourage the local community to translate the material and send it back. So here we have at least 7 roles in order to localize content. And just in case you missed it last time, I want to encourage you to visit this URL. So once again, that's make.wordpress.org/training/handbook/getting-started. And if you come here, this will introduce you to these different roles and help you figure out how you can get involved. Our onboarding program is somewhere between 30 and 60 minutes. If you're very new to WordPress contribution, that's totally fine. We will help you build, set up your Slack account, set up a GitHub account, make your WordPress.org account. But the onboarding program will also walk you through your first contribution. So by the end of the 60 minutes, if you chose the content creator path, you would have got involved with content creation within onboarding. Or if you chose the content translator path, you would have got involved with content translation within that first 60 minutes of onboarding. So I highly recommend you come and try our new onboarding program. Now, to wrap up, I do want to introduce one more project the training team is currently working on. And we're calling this the Content Localization Foundations Project. So try saying that fast 10 times. Content Localization Foundation Projects. And what this project is by the end of March, so we have about a month and a half left, we have identified 10 most impactful content on Learn, and we want to translate these 10 pieces of content into 5 different languages. So we've chosen 10 pieces, and we want to translate that into 5 different languages. In order to do that, we need to find local ambassadors so they can connect us with the local communities. We also need to recruit translators and recruit editors. And then we want to translate 10 pieces into 5 languages. So let me tell you how the project is going. Currently, Gujarati is winning with 5 out of 10 pieces localized. So give a clap to Gujarati. Hindi has translated 4 out of 10 pieces. Tamil has translated 2 out of 10 pieces. And Indonesian has translated 1 out of 10 pieces. Now, the goal was 5 languages, though, and at the moment, we have 4 languages that have translated content. Now, I will say there are some other languages that have started the translation process, but we haven't got anything published yet. So what I want to challenge everyone here today is your language to become this 5th language here. So we still have a spot open. If you're interested in getting involved with this program and getting your language, just translating 10 pieces of content in your language, please come to me after this talk and I'll help you get involved. But really, if we can get more than 5 languages, that would be really wonderful. If we can translate these 10 pieces of content into 10 languages, that would be awesome as well. So if you're interested in getting involved, do let us know. And just in case you haven't written this URL down, I'm showing it one more time. This is your chance to get your phone out and take a picture here. We want you to come join the training team in our localization efforts. And the best way you can do that is to go through our onboarding program, and this will show you how to connect with us in Slack, how to give feedback, how to find content to translate. So once again, that URL is make.wordpress.org/training/handbook/getting started. Thank you so much for listening. That is how you can get involved with localizing content on the Learn WordPress website. Thank you very much.
Questions? Anyone? Any questions? Now's the time. Okay, no questions. In that case, I'll ask one question.
Okay.
So while I was trying to do, the translation in Hindi sometime back, the challenge that we faced, right? When you start doing technical translations, do we go literal, and use tough words, or we use normal, simpler words? And what's the approach we should take? Because when you translate into local languages, the challenge for some of us, at least from India, we are very much comfortable with English, right? Now, when I'm trying to go translate into Hindi, it becomes very difficult for us to use the right words. There are times when there are some words where simple words or a same meaning can be attributed to multiple words. Now, which word should we choose? How do we decide these things?
Yep.
We had we had some discussions around creating a dictionary around these words, but nothing has materialized, so I'm just taking your thoughts on this.
So you mentioned Hindi. What the training team does at the moment is we actually piggyback on the polyglots team. And so in the polyglots team, for many locales, I think they have a translation dictionary built there, and they have a consistency tool to check their translation is consistent in themes and plugins and in the core software. Do you know if the polyglots have a Hindi dictionary available? Yes? So as a training team, we would recommend using that. So thank you, polyglots, first of all, for building these resources for us. But we want to aim for consistent language across the whole WordPress project. And so we use these resources the polyglots have in the training team as well. And that's it's something translators need to be aware of, but it's actually an important part of the editor's role as well. So when translation editors check a translation, they are also comparing that with the locale's translation dictionary and making sure there's consistency there. It's a very important point, because I understand if WordPress can get technical and we want to make it simple. So if you have any questions about that, go to the polyglots and they will help you out as well.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, anyone else? Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm Haris from Indonesia. Indonesian local ambassador for Learn WordPress currently has one person, but he is currently have another focus on their own, so he is often not appearing. But we have extra local ambassador. As we know that in Indonesia there are many local meetups. Could we have at least one local ambassador for training team for each meetup? Could we have that? Thank you.
That's a very important point. So I think local ambassadors, we're aiming for 2 people per language at the moment. First of all, for the reason you mentioned, if somebody gets busy or they have different priorities, we want there to be somebody else. And I think your question is, can we have like a local ambassador in each local meetup to connect? That would be really fantastic, actually. Just last month, there was a local meetup in Japan, in Chiba, Japan, and they did a meetup about contributing to WordPress through translation. And so their whole meetup program that day was taking out a plugin and translating that together. It would be really cool if different meetups in the world did that for Learn content. So, for example, let's translate this lesson plan today, and you divide the paragraphs to each contributor, and everybody just translates one paragraph. But at the end of the meetup, you have the whole lesson plan translated. That would be a really cool project to do. And so, yes, local ambassadors, we need them. And if you're interested in setting up a local ambassador in your meetup, let us know and we will get that person involved.
Any other questions? Anyone? Okay. I guess we can wrap.
Yeah. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you very much.
Okay, before I leave the stage, 2 announcements. If you find halls to be too cold or any problems with the halls, please talk to staff or volunteers in the red t-shirts and let them know. This can be controlled. If you have a problem with audio, video, anything, do, again, as I said, talk to staff or the volunteers. They will solve these issues. We also have support for translation, devices, audio. Channel 4 is English, Channel 3 is for Thai language. So if you need those devices, they are available at the registration desk. Ask them. Yeah? Thank you. Also, the kosher food is a bit late. It will take about an hour for it to become available. So those guys, bear with us for another hour. Thank you.
Hello, folks. Thank you. Wasn't really expecting applause, but I'll take it. I'm Andrew Garcia from Manila, Philippines. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. But before I do that, I want to ask the people in the audience, who here updates their websites? Yeah? Okay. Have you ever updated your theme or plugin and then you weren't 100% sure if any of your pages have any changes? Yeah? Are you like me? Do you just push update, then hope for the best? Or do you check your website page by page just to see if any changes were made? Yeah? I'm more of the hope for the best kind of guy. Yeah. But you're in luck because our next topic is going to demonstrate how to automate the QA process using visual regression. Our next speaker is a WordPress specialist, a solutions architect from Pantheon. His expertise is optimization, security, for very complex WordPress builds. In addition to his work, he is my co-organizer for WordPress User Group Philippines and WordCamp Manila. He is a developer, an organizer, but most importantly, he is a dad to 3 of the cutest little girls in the audience, somewhere there named Uni, Rose, and Callie. Friends, help me welcome to the stage Mr. Carl Alberto.
Hello, mic test. Thank you guys, and good morning, everyone. So today my talk is about automating QA through visual regression testing. So Andrew already introduced me, but I'll do some quick introduction. So I'm a WordPress solutions architect at Pantheon, and I'm a community contributor from the Philippines. And fun fact about me, like Andrew said, I proudly named my 3 daughters from operating system. That's Unix, Rose Linux, and Kali. And ironically, the name of my wife is Mac, so they all jive together. So discussion points that we'll be doing today is automation intro, and what is visual regression, and backstop JS basics, and what are the limitations and WordPress related VRT services out there, and we'll do a recap. And if you have some questions, you could ask me later on. So to start, I guess we all in our career became this cowboy coder. We started without version control, I guess. We do SFTP, and we don't really do Q&A. We are YOLO coders. We do directly to the live site. So once in our career, we did that, I guess. So, but now we are coming into this era, like what we call like web ops or DevOps era, where teams evolve into bigger teams, and new requirements or processes arises during that. And as much as possible, we want to avoid downtime on our live site every time that we do deploy. So, and we also want to automate those repetitive tasks. And as you have not heard yet, what the hell is web ops culture? We already have like DevOps. What's web ops? What we want to share is like web devs. In this culture, we want web devs to focus on their development and not too much on the tooling. Content managers can focus on their content instead of like the whole process itself. And stakeholders will not worry about if there's like downtime every time that there's like code changes in their website. And importantly, even though that the traffic has a high spike, we want to make sure that the site won't go down. And why? Why do we automate? We want the bots to do the boring, or bots or AI to do the boring, repetitive tasks for us. And what are the things that we could automate? First of all, the most favorite that I like is the automating of PHP coding standards, and also compiling of CSS and JavaScript. You can automate the minify and combine. Also the cross-browser testing, so you won't manually do that, as well as PHP unit testing. Also the image optimization, if you're not using CDN or the Edge to do the optimization, you could also automate it on your build process. Also for the page speed scoring, instead of you manually doing the core web vitals, you could automate it there. And as well as the SEO score audits, every time that you do a build, you could also put that in your CI. And one of the most common thing in the WordPress ecosystem is core plugin theme updates, because it's also one of the like most common breaking point and in your testing process. So what are the benefits if we do automation? Yeah, the stakeholders love this. It saves us money. And for the developers, it frees up a lot of developer time instead of doing manual QA checks. So it also helps a big team to do frequent deployments in their live site. And we want to also do early bug detection, even and avoid to do or see it on the live site. And I guess you already have encountered this in your life, that you try to fix bug 1, and then there's a new bug 2 that will happen, and after you fix bug 2, the first bug is reoccurring. So it's one of the annoying part when fixing bugs. So we want to minimize the reoccurrence of those bugs, and we could more focus on more features developed instead of like bug hunting or finding those bugs. So CI/CD, how can automation can help? We could put in continuous integration, work out features in parallel. If you have like big teams, you could this developer 1, developer 2, working on feature A, developer 3 and 4 working on feature B. And they could work in parallel with each other and not worrying about stepping each other's toes when doing development. We could also insert automation and test in specific environments. And importantly, we won't impact the live site while doing development. And on the continuous delivery side, you could help, this part could help ship the code from your CI pipeline to the live site, and without downtime, of course. And we could do a lot of features in this way. And importantly, multiple developer collaboration. So previously, in the early days of CI/CD, people do their own DIY QA process or CI/CD processes. And they use Jenkins, Cruise Control, Final Builder to do that. And they have to like build the server up, do their scripting from there. And it's a painful process previously. But now there are CI/CD SaaS companies that arise from there, like Circle CI and Travis. No server setup needed necessarily. They just put in your scripts in Circle CI or Travis, and they could be able to help you out from there. But now, a lot of version control hosts has integrated their CI/CD, like GitLab, Bitbucket, and GitHub Actions. So you won't need like separate services in doing your automation. You only have like one provider for that one. So for easier scripting. So yeah, let's check first. Sometime if you haven't heard of visual regression yet, so regression as defined by Lexico it's like a former, or return to a former less developed state. So you fix something, but it went back to the older self that has like issues as defined by lexical. So, internet. And when does visual regression happen? Especially when you do CMS core updates, plugin updates, theme updates, and modification, and adding new functionality. That's the usual causes of visual regression. And PHP version updates. Because sometimes when you do those changes, you're going to see like errors in your code, and it top it and pushes your site or your site to like shift a couple of pixels down. So that could be considered visual regression because it's the image shifted. So what are the VRT tools out there that you can use? So we have Wraith. That was developed by BBC News. So that's the link if you're interested to check that out. It has 5,000 stars in GitHub, 400 forks, and it uses open source Apache license. And it does like screenshot comparison, test the live site against the staging site. And there's also this Gemini testing. It has 1K stars in GitHub, 150 forks, and MIT license. And it's developed by Yandex. And this one, there's this Backstop.js. They have 6,000 stars in GitHub, 500 forks, and using MIT license. And they have this cool scrubber thingy that I'll show you later on. And you could also, the feature that I like with Backstop.js is you could be able to test in different viewport or screen sizes, like the width and height, and then you could label it as mobile, tablet, and desktop, and you could put in as many as you want. And for the visual, they have like a GUI, Web Visual Difference Inspector. You could be able to see what is the difference of your test and your live site after you push your changes. And if you're going to be putting it in your CI/CD, there's like CLI reports. If you could automate if it will pass or fail, given on a specific threshold, like 5% or 0%. It depends. You could be able to put that. And you could also do DOM exclusions. Let's say you have a slider and you don't want to test it, you could exclude that so it will not be included in the testing. So let's go to the setup of Backstop.js. It requires Node.js 6 plus and above, like JS 6 above. And installation is pretty easy. If you have already Node.js, you're going to just do npm and install, G for global, then Backstop.js. And you need to initialize your installation, backstop init, and go ahead and edit backstop.json. So backstop.json is like a basic file where you put in the configuration. And every backstop.js, you could be able to put in the ID of the test. And like what I have said earlier, you could be able to put in different viewports on that section where you could label it. Like, let's say you're going to use width 320 by 480, and you could label it as a phone, tablet, and so on and so forth. And for scenarios, this is the parameters that you're going to put if you're going to be, like, for example, you're going to do live site, which is your URL, or live site is the reference URL, and the staging site is the URL. So you could be able to put in multiple URLs in there. And these are the rest where your, the path for the reports that is being generated in this one. So this is the path that you will configure in your CI, where to check those results in your test. So basically, To summarize, the basic backstop.js or backstop.json file required paths is the ID, viewport, label, width and height, scenarios, and the label for this one, let's say homepage, the URL of your homepage, and the URL of your staging site. So with this basic configuration, the basic required parameters in your backstop.js, you could be able to do a basic test. So for the viewports, you could be able to put at least one, as well as in the scenarios, but you could be able to put in like as many as you want, like 100. And for a demo, for initializing your live site, because what we want is we want to check first your live site before the changes are made. So we're going to do a backstop reference command, and it will take a screenshot of those pages that you have configured in your backstop.json file. So if there's no error, no red flags on there, it means that the screenshot process is successful. And then if you're going to be testing the changes that you have in your staging site, you're going to execute the backstop test. So after that one, there will be a pop-up of the staging URL site that you configured in your backstop.js file, like what in this screenshot. And yeah, this is the GUI result. So as you can see, the report, there's like two parts of the report. So there's a GUI and there's also a JSON file. So in the test that I made, you can see that 2 tests passed in that GUI, and you'll be able to see, I put in my configuration that if it's lower than 20% difference from the live site, it will pass. So from here, you can also see 15% difference, and then the site shifted 72 pixels on the y-axis. So that's for the phone viewport, and this is for the viewport of the tablet. So in your CI, you could also check the reports JSON file, the section for your viewport. In the phone test, it passed, and in your tablet, it also passed. So via CLI, when you also execute the backstop test command, you could also capture this scrubber thingy that they call. So when you try to test your live site and your staging site, you can see that the scrubber tells you this is the original site, and after the changes, that's the like pink part that changed in your site. So that's what they call the scrubber thingy. All right. So, okay. What is the limitations on this kind of testing? So, by default, if you have like dynamic contents, since we're doing screenshots, and you could only capture one part of it at a time, dynamic contents like social feeds, which is sometimes random, or if like somebody tweeted and then it shifted the layout, it will be like flagged. So it's one of the limitations, as well as like the image sliders. Sometimes when you do a screenshot and then the screenshot tool took a different timing on there, it might be also flagged as a failure. Also random ad sources, because sometimes it's unpredictable, so it changes sometimes. So, as well as like moving items, like you have a lot of like animation happening in your site, it can also be flagged as a failure. And as well as videos, because yeah, same as sliders. And reaction after an action. Let's say you have some changes in your menu, and you need to hover for it to see the difference. You need to do some advanced scripting for you to be able to capture that one. But by default, the VRT process, the default VRT process will flag that as default, because you need to do some advanced scripting to capture that reaction after an action. So in doing this in your automation, be it on GitHub Actions or Bitbucket or GitLab, this is not an opinion on how to set it up. You could do it on many ways. There's like a lot of ways to do that to solve a problem. So usually what I do is live site, I clone it. For our team, let's say you have like multiple development team, you have developer 1, development 2, and we have like an environment for plugin core update. So while developer 1 is doing some features, developer 2 is doing their own feature, we could do a VRT or plugin core update on a separate environment, and then let's say we schedule Mondays or Tuesdays to like merge our codes, and we do the final integration, final testing before passing everything to live. So if all tests passes, that's the time that we push it to live instead of doing that in the live site. So at the moment, visual regression, there are, if you don't want to do the automation by yourself, you don't want to like code those stuff, because there are already software as a service in the market that is using that technology, like Percy, Chromatic, Applitools, Viswis, Staging Pilot, and many more. Yeah, you could use their services to do the VRT on your end. As a disclaimer, Staging Pilot is acquired by Pantheon, May 2019. So this was their GUI when before they were acquired. They have like a site. You could be able to choose which pages of your site you want to update, and then you could automate it, or you could manually check it first before merging those changes in your live site. So they're using the backstop.js for that one. What are the common features on those VRT companies that offers that service? So live versus staging difference, like that screenshot, they shows what's the difference of live and staging. They also provide an API for you to be able to programmatically do it on your end. Yeah, multiple screen breakpoints. You could set for mobile, 320 by 720. Tablet, you could define what are the breakpoints that you want to test. And they can also have version control integration. Let's say you push into GitHub, it will be sent to your hosting. And error reports, of course. And in the WordPress space, there are also, in the WordPress ecosystem, there are also existing services that specializes in WordPress that utilizes visual regression testing. So yeah, surprisingly, there's a plugin for that. So there's this visual regression test plugin by Bleach. So you can install a plugin, and then you set your URLs on your site that you want to test, and it will be sent to their server for testing. And you're gonna get, you can do comparisons if it fails, or it will show you if it fails. So the free version is, I guess, will let you only test 3 pages at a time. I'm not sure about the paid pricing. For WPN, our friends in WP Engine also uses this WP Engine Smart Plugin Manager. They do automated backups. You could also set the frequency on when to check the updates, like daily, nightly. And the changes are applied to, you could choose, not directly on live, you could choose if it's in test or like the environment that you want to do the test. And if you want to do it on live, they have a feature to automatically roll back the changes if it fails. So our friends in Fi will also have that same feature. It's an add-on. You set the frequency, when to check. Let's say you want to do the updates at night. You could also do that. They have like random page checks, like I think 20 pages. And they have an option to put the site in maintenance mode before doing the updates. And yeah, update light, same as WP Engine. The updates can be done on live or in the staging. And rollback if the VRT checks failed. And WP Dev, same technology, backup, checks the screenshot of your site before the update. And then before the update begins, there's some checks that you could do. And if the site became down or there's some error, it will let you know. And it also gets some screenshots after the update and will also give you a report. And of course, Pantheon also have this kind of service. You could set the frequency, you could configure specific pages, and what happens is automatically clone live to a new environment first, so you won't mess with the live site. And you could also exclude certain parts of the site for the test. Let's say the slider or the videos. If you know the DOM or the class name, you could exclude them, so they won't be flagged. And you can automate the push to live if there's issues, or manual. You could manually check using the tool, the scrubber thingy tool, before pushing to live. So the disclaimer: I work in Pantheon. So yeah, these are my reference for that presentation. And just to recap, I have an intro with automation, visual regression tools that is out there, how to use the basic setup of Backstop.js, and what are the limitations of this kind of tools, and WordPress services that utilizes visual regression testing. And yeah, any questions? Or feel free to connect or approach me if you have questions. So you could find me on those social media platforms. Oh, thank you.
So hello.
Hello.
I'm Swapnil. And I have a question regarding the cross-browser testing.
Yes.
So how we can manage it? We are managing with Backstop.js, or we need to use any service for that?
The cross-browser testing is like a different kind of test. So it's not covered by Backstop.js. So you're gonna need to use a different tool for that. Because in this kind of testing, you only define like the width and height of the screen, and then take a screenshot of the live site and the staging site where you put your changes, and then we'll let you know like the percentage that it changed.
Okay. So one more again, related to the headless browser. So
Headless browser.
that is also included in Backstop, or?
Yes. When you do an npm install, all the dependencies will be included, including the headless browser that utilizes.
And what if I need to taste whole journey of the product up to the purchase? So we can do it automation for that.
I'm sorry?
Any e-commerce site, and we need to test the process of our product purchase.
Batches.
Yeah.
Product batches.
Purchase. Product purchase.
Purchase. Yeah. For that one, there's an option in Backstop.js where you could put a script, JavaScript, where you could simulate the clicks. But it's, I think Backstop.js would not be like a good tool for that one. For like product checkout, I think that's not like a good tool to use that. We use like, yeah, we have like a different tool for that one to simulate. But sorry, I have an addition, but there is an option. You could put JavaScript that could simulate the clicks. You could do that, but it might be hard because like the URL will be different if you like the URL changes.
Okay. One more again.
Sure.
Related to the WordPress itself. So we have two systems in WordPress. One is backend and one is front end. So how we can test those things simultaneously? So if I change anything in the customizer, so there is a preview for that, and also there is a front end too.
Good question. Good use case. So, yeah, it depends on the, like, we need to know like your workflow and how we could be able to insert that, the automation process. So, well, I'm happy to like discuss it with you because those kind of like requirements needs a lot of like analysis and what's the good approach on how to do the automation.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Thank you. Hey.
Hello.
Sorry. I use a lot of Backstop.js, and one of the issues I have is false positives because of lazy loading, font rendering. What tips can you give on that to fix that?
If you know the, I guess you're using DOM exclusions.
It depends. Sliders, for example, post listings, things like that. Yes.
Yeah.
But for let's say a random image on a page, that's on the bottom. So it's loading. I have like a mini script that pulls the page down to simulate a scroll, basically to load the images. But sometimes the time it takes to take the screenshot, it's not enough for the image to load, for example.
It's like a random thing. There's no like, you need to click something or the mouse is.
No. I have a JavaScript just scrolling down the page. For example, like 100 milliseconds each scroll.
Okay. Yeah, that's also a tricky thing that we're trying to solve because, like what I said, it's like one of the limitations of Backstop.js, especially those delays or like moving objects. If we could put some onload script, like maybe wait or force it to show up so it would be captured on the initial screenshot process, maybe that would work.
Yeah, but the thing is, I have that scroll. I have a 30 seconds wait for each print spot, and still get a lot of false positives.
Very tricky.
That and font rendering, for example, sometimes the font takes a little while to render, and the whole page is just an error. Basically.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's a good problem to solve. It's like one of the like tricky limitations of Backstop.js.
Okay, so live with it.
Yeah, or that's the one that you're gonna be manually checking instead if you cannot automate the process. Unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for the question.
Yeah. Next question.
Hi. Hey guys.
Hello.
Good talk. So,
thank you.
Where he asked, like, can we track a user journey like with the VRT? So just to answer that, so browser stack and Percy, like, they work together. So like, if I do a testing with browser stack and just for cross browser, and I can write some scripts where I can like track the user journey. So like it tests like sign up, product purchase, everything. And then it gives me a whole report on the Percy where I can see, okay, what has changed and what has not changed. So yeah, that's how it should, like, I mean, that's how it works. Yeah, and
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Good insights. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Ajay.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the insights.
Okay, next. Anyone? Okay, I guess we're done.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you around.
Come here.
Hello. Welcome back for our next sessions. By the way, yeah, I'm K1 and I'm gonna be your MC for these sessions. All right. So yeah, are you guys still like hungry right now? Yeah, I'm too. So do I. Yeah. I don't know why, like who said it, the schedule, but yeah, it's okay. All right. So yeah, for our next speaker, right? Like okay, he's my beloved brothers that okay we know for a while. He doing a lot, like, okay, he's also like web developer, CPO of websites, yeah, and also like web GDE or web Google developer expert. All right, so today, yeah, because of like, we have a little bit chit chat and he always be like, have a questions like, why with this one? Why you don't need progressive web app for WordPress? Please welcome.
Hi everyone. Hi. So my name is Warat Womanikit. Sorry, I never hear myself like this before. This is a little bit weird. So my paid job is a chief product officer of the company called Whitesize. We do the social network data analytics. But it's not about decision. So another side of my jobs, I am the Google developer expert in web technology. So for like 7 years, since 2016, I go around the Southeast Asia to endorse the people to adopt the progressive web app to their websites. Today's session is a little bit conflicts with my interest and a little bit conflicts with my faith about progressive web app. So for a while, I realized the progressive web app doesn't work with the workplace. So today I will tell you why you don't need the progressive web app to your workplace size. So if Google see the record, he will try to email me and say, hey, what are you saying? But it's fine. First of all, what is the progressive web app or the PWA? The progressive web apps is a concept that want the webs can be the apps. So the main 3 things that should be happening on the progressive web app is first one is capability. So it's capable, it's like you can access the features of the platform like hardware, like some native dialog, some things. Second one is reliable. So actually this one is talking about web should be run in the offline mode. That means even no internet connections, the web should be able to run at least a caching or something. The last one is most important part of the PWA is installable. So if you ask something about like what difference between app and web, main one thing is web cannot install without a like PWA setting up. So the PWA mainly talking about installable. So this one is one of the reasons why you don't need it. So these are capturings of the main functions. So that is a concept, right? So these are how it looks like when your web is provided PWA capability. First one is about notification. So your web can like trigger notification. Second one is installable. When you go, in Android, when you go to the website and that website has ability for installations. So its pop-up is coming up, so you can see the detail and you can install. And also the offline one. So actually with the current technology of the web, you can provide the offline experience to the user by caching some things with something called a service worker. That the 3 stuff that I can call it should be happens in the PWA. And with some requirements right now, offline is required if your website need the user to be installed. So when you go to the workplace site, plugin site, has many of the PWA plugin. So I try to see how many active sites that install like the big 4 or the big 5, the PWA plugin. Right now, I think it's like about 10K sites has already provided PWA experience by the plugin. So yeah, we have some small for the plugin, not a plugin, but that maybe very small number. So all of that plugins provide mainly, I think it's mainly only one thing is installable. So it just make the web can be installed. So maybe some of them provide the offline experience, but that not all the here. Some of the plugin is created by the Google open source. I can't remember this one or this one, but yeah, either one is provided by the Google. So the questions that is a topic for today is why we don't need it. First one, ask yourself, why we need to install the content website on a phone? Why? You go to the one new site, you install it? No, right? For me, it's like, I don't do that. Only 9 applications open like frequently every day. Do you think you can be the one of 9? That's not right. It can't be. Even like your applications force the user to use this, right? So yeah, I think this problem is like a world problem of any app. But this is actual thing is about the type of the website. So I think mainly of the WordPress user provide the WordPress as a content website. I can't say that like WordPress can do only content website because WordPress has very wide ability to implement reservations or many things. But I think majorities of the WordPress site is a content website. So do you think people love to install that? Pick up your phone and see how many the contents on news sites that, okay, I can say, I want to say, how many news applications on your phones? Like the new publisher. So for me, for my phones, I have only one, it's a Medium. The Medium is not actually content, it's a platform, right? So actually I have 0 of that. I don't have any content applications, not talking about the website. I don't have any content applications on my phone. So that's the first thing that people don't want. And I don't think you need to make your website become the PWA. The second one, people love the notifications, right? I mean the developer and owner of the site, because you want to push the content to the user phone to let them read the content. But ask yourself, it's a very simple one. How many applications that you try to silence the notifications? Many of it, right? Even you have a lot of notifications, you always click the clear all the buttons. You don't read it all. It's if not very important, like a banks, like the bus schedules, like something like that, right? So for the content side, for the very like long-term implementations, that doesn't work. Also, when the website implement notification a lot, Chrome's Google try to block the notification by default. Right now, if your website got blocked from user a lot, Google not tell how much. Chrome will be automatically block your notification by default. So you need the user to activate it before getting notifications. So it's reduce the chance of your site to fly the notification to the user. So it doesn't work. The notification thing doesn't work in the real world for like content website. So I read the notification only chat, maybe car broken or some things that not about content. Safari. When I do this slide, Safari still not support notification. But just yesterday, the new beta version of the Safari just support the notifications. And also, you need to add to home screen that website before the using notifications. It will be come with 16.4, maybe, I'm not sure, 16.4 Safari in the next release. So we're waiting for like a long time, so maybe almost 6 years for web notification on the Safaris, but today it's happened. But you have to remember, like, this slide again. Notification for the web content, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. No one read it. The conversion rate is very low. Sorry, I have no the data back up that how low it is, but for my slightly survey, it's very low. Okay, the next one is the offline mechanic. It doesn't design for the workplace. Why? Okay, the offline mechanic of the website is run by something called service worker. So technically, it's like a proxy one. If it has a network request, it cache it. It cache all the asset on the service worker on the cache, and when the network cutting down, the browser normally will call the request passed to the service worker. So if the service worker can detect that network is not available, it will serve the cache. So when you are the single page application like React or Vue.js or Angular, technically the service worker will cache only the JS file and some asset file. That's all. So it's very small size. And also the single page application is provide the routings in the client side, not the routing. The routings is not in the server side like a workplace, right? So that they not want to cache all the routings or the part of the application because the routing logic is in JavaScript in the client side. What the workplace is not, right? Your part logical, like slab blah blah slab blah blah, is from your server. So technically, if you are the workplace, it cache all your part every time that you open the new page. So it makes the cache is very huge because it's caching all the output, that output from the workplace. So in the user side, they've got the huge size of the cachings. And also, it's not can provide a good offline experience because they have to cache the static size, like you install a caching plugin in the workplace that cache everything as a HTML. It's same, but it happened in client side. So that doesn't get, it's very bad. Because the service worker designs for the single page applications. So in that case, it's cache only single file of JS, single file of CSS and image and all that. What place when you install a lot of the plugin, it cache all the plugin that you install. So that's not good with the client, so they use a lot of the storage. So the next question is, your sites need to integrate with the platform? You need this? You need the shortcut? No. You need the hardware access to your website? No. You need the compiler? You need the GPS? No, right? I think one thing that you need is the share dialogues. So right now, if you call the navigator.share, it will be pop up the share dialog. I think this is only one platform feature that you need on your website. But rest of it, no. So when you need the PWA, there are questions. There are big question, big wins. The PWA is the way to replace the native applications much as possible. So yeah, I can say like PWA cannot fully replace the native application. It's just like maybe 60%, 70%, maybe 80%, depends on your use case, but cannot. But if your website is not provide the app experience, the PWA capability doesn't need for your website. I don't want to against like, okay, if you install WordPress, you must not do the PWA. But you have to think first. You have to think that your website is trying to provide the app-like experience or not. If yes, yeah, you should do it. But if no, don't try to install the like silly plugins on your websites, make the user have to caching like the 20 or 30 megabytes of your page, or maybe have to get the notifications every day. So it's like the bad experience. So how about the WooCommerce? So the WooCommerce, for me, is very depend. Because some of the websites already is an e-commerce website, and they are provide the ability of PWA. So I add to home screen like AliExpress, like Adidas, something. So back to the simple questions. If your websites try to provide the applications experience, like do it. It's very good. But if not, don't do it. So yeah, for me, if you are the e-commerce website, I slightly recommend you to do this because you want the user to get notification when like order update, notification when shipping is come to homes, the new promotions, and also you need the user to come back and try to buy the new stuff every day. So for the e-commerce website, it's very good. But in case if you need, like in that case, like in e-commerce, in the app, or you provide the application-like experience, so this is, you need to consider. First of all, don't install the plugin. Try to get the hard code much as possible, if you are able to do that. So because the plugin try to like provide the many things and also provide a lot of the code, so it makes your website is a little bit slow. Because actually when you want to do the installations, you need only this one. You need only the one JSON, they call manifest.json, that make the your website has an installation ability. Yeah, it look like scary because it's very long, but actually you did only this. Just name and the icon. That's all you want. You don't need other stuff. So these are full versions of the manifest.json. So I forgot to put the names of the file because I just finished the slide like a couple minutes ago. Yeah, but you need only like few lines of the text and make your website installable. Second one is icon must be nice. When user use Android and they add to home screen, the icon will be just inside this circle or inside some shape of it. So use a feature called markable icon to make the icons look very good. Don't try to like put icons like straightforward. So it make your icons of your PWAs look same of the app. Next one is provide more details about the installation. So PWAs not have a store. User need to read everything to see like demos or screenshot, provide all stuff in the manifest.json. It will help the user to understand about your applications better. Okay. App shortcut is a good toy. For me, it's like You can put, if you are the e-commerce side, you can set the shortcut like order status, new promotions, or everything is very helpful. But it doesn't work in iOS yet. But in Mac, in Windows, it already worked. And yeah, be careful with every time when you provide an offline. Actually, for me, I don't recommend you to provide like full offline capability because it's a very rare case that user has no internet and try to open the app. So how about like open your website on the airplane, try to shopping something? Nothing. It's impossible, right? So yeah, try to be careful and cache only the page that you want, the user want to see. This is all of that. Again, notifications on the web, it doesn't work. If you are trying to push your content, stop do it. And if you want to push a notification about the order status or anything, keep do it. So that is a trick one. And last questions, make sure that your user want to install your site on the phone. If you provide this feature without any confidence that the user will install, don't do it. Thank you so much. This is all the answer of the big questions why you don't need the PWA for your WordPress site. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bharat. So if does anyone have a questions, please? Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you share some recommendations around where to show the prompt for downloading the PWAs?
It's in the phones. Sorry, I can't connect the phones, but it will be look like about this.
No, but at the top or the center or the bottom, which one is more preferable?
Right now is you cannot. Okay, you can prompt to user to install, but it's not the prompts of installations. It's the prompts of this dialog. So user have to install from dialog. But Chrome have something that called the events called the before prompts to your website to let you prompt something before this. So you cannot do like one button that user click and install, you cannot. You can do only the prompts or the button that user click and show the native prompts. So technically, for me, I'm not provide that experience because it make user very confused, like click here and have to click here again. So I let the browser choose to prompt the installation by themselves because it make user more comfortable with it.
Right, thanks.
Okay, any questions so far? Okay, please.
Hello, Pitang. You may know me personally.
Yeah, we know as well.
Okay. So I would like to to ask about the iOS.
Yes.
The iOS is pretty much logged in, and it is pretty difficult to let people install the app or add the app on the home screen. How can we improve the user experience of that?
So in that case, very tough because actually iOS provide the abilities of the website that can add to the home screen.
Yeah.
You can do it, but iOS doesn't prompt it.
Yes.
So you have to give them the tutorial of it to make the user knows how to add to home screen. But yeah, you have to give the tutorial. But in that case, I think we'll solve in the 16.4 because in 16.4, iOS allow another browser to add to home screen. So I think maybe another browser like Chrome or Firefox will have their own prompts inside their browsers of the iOS. But for the Safari side, right now, you can do it. You can add to home screen, get the same experience like a Android and Chrome, but iOS just doesn't prompt any dialogue things.
Yeah.
Just that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next questions. Does anyone want to asking more? All right, I think maybe they are hungry right now.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Thank you so much, Bharat.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Nice to see you in Bangkok.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
We have a swag.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the morning session. So we're gonna have a lunch that you guys can grab your lunch at Hall 2 beside the Hall 1, and we'll be right back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
Hi, welcome back to the afternoon sessions, guys. So I hope that you guys are enjoying your lunch, yeah, right? And right now, your belly full of food. But okay, we are coming back for the afternoon sessions with a light topic, right? I hope that you guys not like feel asleep because of like the aircon is good. You guys have a good food already. So, all right. So okay, for our next speakers, right? He is the senior WordPress developer at StorePress companies. Okay, so today he gonna coming to talking about his experience about mastering in theme JSONs by Tanvir Haq. Please welcome.
Thank you. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Lovely to see you all here today. First of all, I would like to share, there were 25 contributors, you can see. I was there. Sorry for my voice. I have found there an exciting thing. Do you know a blog theme can be made without writing a single line of CSS code? Yeah. 2023 blog theme has no CSS code at all, even no PHP code, all right? Isn't it awesome or cool? Yeah, I think both. So if you want to make a functional and beautiful blog theme, you have to be a master in theme design, right? So I'm curious to know who has the experience with this theme development or customization in this room. Could you say hi to me? Excellent. Lots of known faces, by the way. So I'm Tanvir Haq with you to go through in that part of the theme design so that you can understand the theme design even better. And after completing this session, you will be able to start your next blog theme development more efficiently. And if you have any classic theme, you can also convert your classic theme into hybrid theme by adding theme JSON. So what is theme JSON? Theme JSON is a configuration JSON file. It's for controlling theme styles and block settings. This file is located in the root directory of the theme. It works with both classic theme as well as the block theme, but it doesn't work with the classic editor. So just remember, the minimum required version of WordPress is 5.8. Otherwise, you have to activate the Gutenberg plugin. So before going in depth into jumping to theme JSON, you know, JSON is come from JavaScript. It's a lightweight data format for storing and transporting data. The data separated by values, objects and name value pairs, and here data separated by values, curly braces hold the objects, or no square bracket hold this arrays list. Excuse me. Now we are seeing what exactly looks like a theme JSON file. Here a little bit stuff: schema, version, settings, styles, custom templates. There are almost 7 sections, mainly 7 sections. I rearranged those 7 sections into 3 groups. Group number 1 has the schema and version. And the group number 2 has the most important and essential 2 parts, settings and styles. And the last one has the custom templates, template parts, and patterns. But today, we are mainly talking about styles and settings. All right? So what settings does in theme JSON? Settings may actually does 2 things: controlling block editor and individual blocks, and the second is create CSS preset with value. All right. Here you can see the stuff inside the settings. There are almost 9 settings categories. Later we're going to see more example on this, so don't worry. So what does styles in theme JSON? It's very easy. Styles for applying styles to the website and individual blocks. Also, there are 7 styles categories. So this part is more important because it's very important to understand the difference between settings and styles, because you might get confused while you will write on this. You can see the similar categories, right? In settings, blocks, border, color, spacing, and same things go here also. So it's very important to understand the difference, okay? So in general, we control options related elements and generate CSS preset in settings. On the other hand, we control design related elements. Okay, right? In settings, we define color palettes in settings. On the other hand, we use those defined color in styles. I think you guys understand this. Okay. So let's dive into some more examples. Let's how it works in practical. Okay, color. Now we are going to set the color palettes inside the color of the settings section. All right. Each color has 3 key value pairs, name, slug, and color. All right. The color value can be any valid CSS color value, such as color name, RGBA, or hexa. Yeah, it's a string. As the output, WordPress parse this JSON data and create CSS preset for each color, and add them to the body selector. When you add these on the theme JSON, you can see this from the, I think, console. So next. Also, you can see your edit color to the site editor color choose options, all right? Now, how we can apply those defined color? Here, we have set it color inside the settings as background and text color. Is the output, WordPress parse the JSON data as well, and add them to the body selector and another selector. Okay, you might notice on the last slide, all right? The color at the top level of the settings, sorry, on the styles, it will affect only the, it will affect the full site, okay? And in the color inside the block only affect this name block type. I think it's very cool. And the same thing goes for the settings as well. Just remember this one. Okay, now we're gonna talking about very important thing. By default, Gutenberg disabled a few options like border, color, spacing, typography, this stuff. But we can enable those options by adding true to appearance tools. Otherwise, your editing will not affect your site. You have to first of all set true to appearance tools inside settings. So this is very important. So now we are talking about the spacing, how to control spacing like margin padding options without writing a single line of CSS code. So by default, WordPress provides these seven spacing presets. You can also see this spacing is preset as margin fading in the site editor control options. We can also use those default spacing preset as spacing size like margin fading value in style section. But if you want to create make your custom preset, then you have to set, first of all, you have to set 0 to spacing scale inside this spacing of settings, right? This 0 will omit all the defined spacing, default spacing presets, okay? Then now you can set this kind of stuff. This is your custom presets. Each custom preset has 3 key value pairs, size, slug, and name. This should be chronological. And then as the output, WordPress generates those presets and add them to the body selector. All right. Also, you can see these your added custom spacing affected in the site editor. Okay, now we are going to talking about typography. You might want to add your custom font family to your theme. Yeah, you can add your custom font families inside the font families under the settings typography. Each font family has 4 key value pairs. There you can see font family, name, and slug. And if you want to add your downloaded local font, you can set it in font face. I think you can guess this font face is like similar to CSS import font faces, right? Okay. It will create this preset as well. And also you can see these your integrated fonts available to the site editor font choose options. Okay, now you also add your custom font sizes. There are also only 2 key value pairs, size and slug, and it will create this preset. You also see this stuff available in the site editor also. So how to apply those defined typography to your site? Very easy. We have added those generated CSS presets into the style section of typography, font family, font size. As the output, WordPress parses JSON data and adds the stuff here. Okay. Now we are going to explore more exciting thing, schema inversion. Which schema version do we need to choose? No confusion, we have to choose the correct version number 2. If anyone used version number 1, then WordPress recommend you to go to 2. All right? So this is very important. What actually does is JSON schema. These schema will help you to write in theme JSON more efficiently by providing features like autocomplete, quick suggestion tooltip, and mainly validating data. So let's show how schema help you write in theme JSON. When you add this schema, you can see the error in the version. Also, you can see the auto suggestion. All right? Isn't it cool? Yeah, of course, you have to choose very good ID. I think free one, Visual Studio Code will help you to get this one. So after that, now I can say, you don't have to remember all the things, right? Because schema will help you to how to write in theme JSON. Isn't it cool? Yeah, I think it's cool. So guys, I'm going to near to end before then. A quick tip for you. Your changes in theme JSON might take so long to update in browser. I think it's maybe a caching issue. It will resolve if you set true to WP debug or skip debug. I think it will resolve your issue. So that's all for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed my session very well, and you are ready to start your next blog theme. So let's make it happen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanvir. Okay, please get your souvenir here. Tanvir, come back. Come back. Okay. Okay. Anyone take photos? Okay. Thank you so much for today. Okay, and get well soon. All right. So, okay, so we are going to our next sessions, which is like Edmund Chan, right? He's a web engineering web engineer, WordPress and React, okay, and currently he's working at XWP companies. So, okay, are you ready? Okay, please welcome Edmund Chan.
Thank you. Hello, testing. Hi, everyone. A very good afternoon to you all. So today, in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll be looking at answering this the following question. Oops, not too fast. So if you're looking to go into blog development, do you need to learn React, which is the JavaScript library that the blog editor is written in? And the answer to such a question is always a resounding, it depends. And in my opinion, there are two approaches to get into blog development. So then the next question would be, what is it dependent on? So I would say that it depends on which of the two approaches you'll be undertaking. So the first one would be to lean towards using PHP. And with this approach, it's quite likely that you will be using a third-party framework like Advanced Custom Fields, which provides you with a pretty neat system to write your blog entirely in PHP. And the most obvious benefit of this is how quick and easy it can be to get up and running. You don't have to worry about things like tooling and package management, that kind of stuff. It's also worth noting that plugins like Advanced Custom Fields, they are pretty popular in the WordPress ecosystem. So it's quite likely that you are already familiar with its API. And leveraging its familiarity to do something new is always very appealing, especially to seasoned WordPress developers and PHP developers. And this is also a very versatile approach. You can create simple to complex blocks. And with this approach, you will be writing predominantly PHP because of what the framework provides. you can easily write your blog from start to finish entirely in PHP. There's very minimal JavaScript required, if at all, and let alone React. So in this case, back to the question, if you're going to go with this approach, is it necessary to learn React? In my opinion, I don't think you need to, but this is also based on the assumption that you are using a third-party framework like Advanced Custom Fields, because if you're not, then things can get a little bit more complicated. But just for simplicity's sake, we're just going to assume that you'll be using a framework, and in that case, it allows you to write entirely in PHP from start to finish. But the idea of using a third-party dependency to do something fundamental with WordPress development can be a deal breaker to many people. Lack of future-proofing, incompatibilities are some valid reasons for many to want to stay away from them and stick as closely as possible to doing things the WordPress way. So what is the WordPress way? That brings me to my second approach, which is JavaScript. So using JavaScript is also known as the official way of the official WordPress way of doing blog development. This means that you'll be using API provided by WordPress core, which tend to focus more on being performant as well as providing a more superior editing experience. And just like the first approach, this is versatile. You can easily create simple or even complex blocks. You're definitely not restricted to a specific degree of complexity. It's also worth mentioning, though, that the term JavaScript and React are probably not very synonymous with WordPress development, at least until a few years ago. So if you have done any modern JavaScript development, you know that things like tooling, configuration, even getting your local environment up and running can sometimes be a small little project by itself. And not many of us actually have the luxury of time to go into that. So it's for this very reason, this approach could be quite a daunting one to start with if you're looking to get into blog development. So with this JavaScript approach, as the name suggests, it's going to be very minimal PHP. You'll be writing mostly JavaScript. As with many other things in WordPress, though, you cannot really avoid writing PHP. In this case, the extent of PHP is probably going to be used for enqueuing scripts and registering your blog on the server side. I also want to point out that if you're writing a dynamic blog, depends on its complexity, there could be more PHP involved. But in this case, if you're just dealing with basic blocks, then it's going to be predominantly JavaScript. So back to the question, for approach number 2, is it necessary to learn React? And the answer is, you'll be surprised to see that it depends again. So what is it dependent on this time? I would say for JavaScript development, it's going to vary depending on the complexity of the blog you'll be writing. If it's something simple that requires very minimal settings, then you could get away without learning too much React. I would say the blog editor handbook, for example, is a very good resource for you to get started. They have a create blog tutorial there to help you get your first blog up and running. However, though, if you're getting into pretty more complex blogs, then I would say that it's necessary to learn React, because as the complexity of the blog increases, you will find yourself getting into deeper concepts like state management, lifecycle, hooks. So, and you would probably need to understand those to help you with like debugging and also to avoid common pitfalls with React development, like the infamous infinite loop when you use the use effect hook. So depends on the complexity of the blog. And this is a little summary of whether to learn or not. Depends on which approach you're going to go with. So with PHP, again, assuming that you'll be going with a framework like Advanced Custom Fields, then you can use whatever API that the framework provides you to write your blog entirely in PHP. You don't have to worry about single line of React. So for JavaScript, if you're looking to do simple blocks, I pointed out that it's not really necessary because I feel that you still need maybe to have a cursory understanding of basic React concepts like state, component, and the JSX syntax. So all those concepts can be covered if you go through the block tutorial on the block editor handbook. And then again, if you're looking to do complex blocks, things that deal with the WordPress data storage, the data module, working with external data, then you would probably need to learn React. And I've also written an article on this very topic. So in this article, we actually go deeper into both approaches, provide more details as well as some code examples on what constitutes a simple block as well and a complex block. So feel free to give it a read. The link is there, and you can scan the QR code as well. I think that's it. That's all I have. I would love to have a conversation with you all on this topic, but unfortunately, I don't think we have time for questions. But I'll be hanging around, so if you want to chat, feel free to reach out to me. If not, you can find me on social media from here.
All right. Thank you so much, Edmund. Okay, so if anyone have a questions or want to going to chat, right? You guys can going and seek him. All right. Okay, so you are. Okay, take a photos. Or shall we take your photos together? Hello. Okay, it's okay. Oh, here it's coming. Cameraman. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, so we are coming further. Our last topic for the light sessions, okay? So which is like this topic is about like how can theme developers monetize in the areas of block theme. All right, so are you ready? Okay, so I would like to welcome. Oh, not okay, just waiting. So, yeah, so do you have any plans for this evening, guys? Any like restaurant that you guys want to going there? Right, but I know that you guys feel asleep, right? So, yeah. All right, ready? Okay, okay. If not, I'm going to stretch. All right, so please welcome Hidekazu Ishikawa with how can theme developer monetize in the era of block themes?
So hello everyone. So this is my first English session. So little nervous. Let's get started. So hello everyone. From now, I'd like to talk about how can theme developers monetize in the era of block themes. First of all, my name is Ishikawa. I'm a WordPress theme developer. I came from Japan. In 2012, I published my first business WordPress theme on my site. In 2015, I published the theme Lightning on WordPress.org. In 2022, I published block theme XT9 on WordPress.org. I also make a living by developing and selling theme extension plugins and other plugins. Like me, the business model of theme developer is create and sell premium themes and plugins. This was let me see. I think this was the mainstream. We could simply create a theme and sell it as a zip file. It was relatively possible to sell and make money. Points or monetization has become more difficult. Number one, traditional monetization points become less effective. Before FSE, theme developers develop themes with unique editing functions and sell premium themes. user can easily edit, theme creators could get rewarded. Such a relationship existed, and there was one monetization point here. However, in FSC, a user can customize the entire site with no code, just standard WordPress features. This makes it much less dependent on the theme. Then, as someone who made a living out of the theme sales, the monetization point disappeared. And it is a matter of life and death. Number two, decreased monetization effect by original block features. Early stage block editors had poor editing capabilities. So we have developed the original block with various adjustment functions and layout and use them as added value. However, by the WordPress version upgrades, advanced layouts are now possible with core block and block patterns, and similar functions have been added to core blocks. Again, so monetization point disappeared. In addition to once released, original blocks become an ongoing maintenance burden, and it becomes necessary to keep a close watch on Gutenberg's development. Number three, CSS output by WordPress become quite complicated. Probably many theme and custom block developers are facing this issue. However, it is inevitable in the evolution of WordPress. In this way, the areas that theme developers have focused on for monetization is greatly influenced by FSC. As a result, I feel it has become difficult to monetize traditional theme sales. Future direction of theme-related business. How added value and differentiate? First, we can consider differentiation by block patterns as the easiest way selling themes and plugins that include various block patterns. However, as I mentioned earlier, there is nothing that users cannot create on their own, so it is weak as a monetization. The second is differentiation by global style variations. It is a feature introduced in WordPress 6.0. These features allows us to create different variations within a single theme. These block patterns and global styles variations are even general users can make it, but a high-quality product created by professional designers are naturally having a high added value. These are the new extensibility and monetization points that WordPress has provided. In our case, before FSE, we used to sell plugins that extend the functionality of the theme. But however, expected to tap off due to less reliance on the theme, and even if sell only that pattern, it seems to be difficult, because even users have the impression that they can make them on their own. In addition to, we have to move to block themes too. Therefore, currently, we are selling license with premium patterns and premium pattern added. This configuration is user can use both the classic themes and the new block themes, and keep existing users by the value of the premium patterns, acquire new users through the value of our premium patterns. And the block patterns is extremely important. So we published our own block pattern directory. This is a site similar to official pattern directory. How we created our own pattern directory? So because still difficult to only core blocks. So I wanted to use my own original blocks to provide more practical patterns. Practical patterns can be motivate people to purchase licenses. Second, there is a language problem. Characters look different in English and double byte characters. For example, even if it looks not bad in English, but in Japanese, the balance is bad. The third is the effect of same styles. Even if you paste the .org pattern, user need to make some adjustments. For us, we need to make an effort to get users to continue to license, even if the dependency of the theme decreases. Then how to increase product value? Yes. At first, premium patterns, as the name suggests, the patterns are available to only paying users. And the design and the sample sentences are more elaborate, are ready to use. Of course, we provide stylish and common patterns, but actually non-professional users can't think about page structure in the first step, and they can't think of the sentences to write. Therefore, we are providing a block pattern to create a whole page of a specific page for a specific industry. There is for the end user, they are just rewrite the text to suit their business. For the commission creation, by using a pattern as a draft of the page, the meeting with the client becomes smooth. When providing as a pattern for the entire page, including sentences, must be in the language of the country, and design optimized for each language is better. Furthermore, content and design trends vary by region. Localized variation also have the benefit of non-competing with English-speaking developers. Second, favorite pattern registration functions. This function allows the user to register on favorite patterns and easily record them. Third benefit is link function for favorite registered patterns. Call patterns registered in favorites from the user's site with the API. Then users can use it directly from the edit screen of their site. About whether the theme business is dead, I feel after all, the theme is important. Theme and patterns are closely related to the global styles. Even if bring in a practical pattern from outside and use it, there are many cases where there is a problem with the uniformity of the design. Even in the era of FSE, users need good themes and highly practical patterns. FSE is highly configurable and customizable, but too much configuration work. Actually, it's quite cumbersome to make from scratch. Additionally, the website must adapt to different screen sizes. How to control display element according to screen size? With a single screen width, it might be possible to layout well somehow. However, when it comes to layout on multiple widths, actually not easy. I feel it will be difficult to monetize the theme alone, but considering it as a set with value-added patterns, there will be many business opportunities. At the end, what do you think about the future theme business? Please share your opinion on Twitter or talk to me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to sharing. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Just take your photos. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, I hope that everyone are enjoying for the light sessions this afternoon, right? So before we are going to the long session, right? You guys have a break for about like 15 minutes. Yeah, I guess, yeah. So you guys can coming back again on 2:50s. Okay, you guys can going to be like, okay, having like some snack, some drink, and stretch. All right, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know, of all of you who've attended all the sessions and all the tracks, this is a very unique session. You can hide behind the pillars and do whatever you want. Nobody will notice. Very interesting layout of the session. So why don't those who are sitting behind come in front so you can participate in the session and ask questions to the awesome speaker here. I'm here to introduce the next speaker, Picha Neri. She's a designer, not only by profession, but also by passion. She's passionate about design. She's in WordPress for over a decade and a half. I think 2008, you started a blog, a sketch a day. You can ask her about it later after the session. And she has something really unique and very interesting. I have a bit of information about her. She explores the world and likes to roam about the cities on roller skates. How many of you know skating here? Roller skating. Oh, you have, yes, awesome. I tried that a few years ago. I'm yet to get back at that. But all power to Picha. I will hand over the stage to her. She's going to be speaking about color is just an opinion. Over to you, Picha.
Hello, everyone. Before I get started, I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank my sponsors, Yoast and Master WP. Thanks to them, I am here. So thank you so much. And the second thing is I want to thank the WordCamp Asia organization, because you've been amazing. It's taken 3 years. In 2020, we were all gutted because it couldn't happen, and you've made it happen again in 2023, and it's one of the best WordCamps ever. So big hand to the whole organization. Thank you so much. Color is an opinion. What does color do in nature? Color in nature can indicate a function. When we look at a selection of berries, we can tell them apart by size, by shape, by texture, and by color. This is very useful when we're out in the field foraging, or even at the supermarket when we're in a hurry. In nature, also, color can draw attention and provide a warning. For instance, it can scream out, "Keep off! I'm extremely dangerous. I may look cute, but I will kill you." And that's the case with the electric blue of this poison dart frog in the image that we see here. But in the case of the gorgeous peacock in this image, his electric blue neck says exactly the opposite. It's screaming out, "Make love to me." In nature, color can also provide safety. This happens when you're a bright green lizard and you're camouflaged almost perfectly against a background of leaves of the same color. It's more difficult for a predator to spot you. On the other hand, if you are a predator, it can be quite handy to blend in with your background so entirely, because as is the case with a lion, here in this image, you can more easily hunt and prey without being immediately detected. In the built world, color, too, can be very helpful to indicate a function. When you have a red pill in one hand and a blue pill in the other hand, the two colors signal to you a very different outcome depending on which one you decide to swallow. In the built world, we also use color for navigation. A famous example is the map of the Underground in London, which almost everywhere else in the world I think is called the subway, but that's how we call it in London. And it's a superbly simplified diagram where each train line is represented by a different color. And for instance, everybody knows that the central line is red and it bisects the map in the middle. In the built world, another use for color is for attention and for invitation, just like in nature, really. In the case of traffic lights, the global convention is that red means danger and you must stop. Yellow is the color to get you to pay attention and be careful. And green is the carefree signal that invites you to proceed. You can do so safely. And it's one of the very few global conventions as far as color is concerned. In short, color helps us to navigate the world and the web. However, color in real life is different from color on the web. This may sound like a platitude, but let me explain why. So in the real world, according to the dictionary, color is the appearance that something has as a result of the way it reflects light. It's actually a bit more complicated than this, but let's take this as the very simplified way of describing it. On the web, color is made by light, it lives in it, and it is light itself. Both on the web and in the real world, color lives in light. This may seem obvious to us now as web professionals. Most of us that's what we do, that's why we're here, and we work with monitors all day long. However, here's the portrait of a British scientist called Isaac Newton, who was the first in the 1660s to actually connect color with light. In the late 17th century, he was carrying out optical experiments in a dark room. In one of these experiments, Newton had a narrow ray of light coming in from a hole in a window and going through a glass prism sitting on a stand in the middle of the room. And this ray of light came out the other side, opening up in a fan of colors, the color of the rainbow. The cat in this image, by the way, there's a cat in the bottom right of the image. It's not the only way that predicts the internet here. We'll see what I mean in a short while. A simplified diagram of this unexpected discovery, it shows a black background on the left of which there's a white triangle with glowing edges and a white line coming in from the left, goes through the prism and opens up in the fan of rainbow colors that we saw earlier. Now, there's a few things that happen here that were completely revolutionary at the time. So what happens is that color is a quality within light rather than in things. Also, color is now a continuous gradient with no clear separation. This means that there could probably be many more colors than previously thought possible. Another thing is that there's no white or black anymore. White is simply the presence of light, and black is the absence of it. These were discoveries that, from a metaphysical point of view, were really transcendental at the time. Now, recapping the main consequences of Newton's discovery, which was, as often happens in science, quite random. He wasn't planning to discover this. He was conducting a different type of study. So first of all, light can be opened up and fragmented into colors. Then colors exist in light and not just on things. Color is a continuous gradient. Many more colors exist than previously thought. The color spectrum does not include black or white. White is the full presence of light, and black is the full absence of light. In Newton's view, the main takeaway is that color does not exist without light. About a century later, a German artist, I think would be the right way to define him, Johann Goethe, came up. Actually, he devoted the last years of his life to studying color. He wrote 2 books on color. I'm not going to tell you about the whole books. I'm just going to tell you about a few fundamental things that he thought. In his view, Newton's approach to color was way too abstract, and it didn't take into consideration real life. He was much more about how we experience color and how the various phenomena in life and the way we perceive color influence the way we see it. So in his view, Color needs matter to be seen, and colors change with shade, but they're still color. They're not the absence of it, whereas according to Newton, where there's no light, simply color ceases to exist. So, recapping again, Newton is color as the essence of light, and for Goethe, color is as it is perceived in everyday life. And Goethe was a romantic, so he was, you could say that he was anti-scientific in a way. However, a lot of the experiments that he conducted were empirical. I mean, therefore, I'm not a scientist, but that's how you do things, isn't it? You try them out. That Newton found out what he found out by accident, mostly. So, fast forward from Newton's experiment to color on screens and on the internet. I think most of you are familiar with this diagram. So we have 3 cones of light. One is red, one is blue. So that's red, that's blue, and the other one is green. And when they overlap, they form white. This is the way that we see color on the web and in monitors in general. So RGB is called additive color. I don't know if you know why it's called additive color, but it's because white is the full light presence, it's the sum of all colors, and black is the absence of light, it's the absence of color entirely. And this is all transparent. We're talking about beams of light, so pure light. But if we go to the real world, it works differently, doesn't it? This here is as a representation of the red, yellow, and blue model, which is what artists use. And it's called subtractive color. Why? Because, well, first of all, this is not transparent. It's light that's reflected. That's how we see color. So white simply means there's no pigmentation. There is no color. Whereas black is the sum of all colors, and it's reflective and not transparent. You can't see through it. So again, like I said, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Color, objects get their color through a combination of reflection, absorption, scattering of light. It's always more complicated. It also depends on the support. It depends on lots of things. But essentially, this is how it works. So Newton's color model is color on the web. That's the interesting thing. Color as conceived by Newton does exist, and it has an application. It's color on the web. In Goethe's times, he was right to say that there was no practical application apart from light going through a prism for fun. That was it, a glass prism. But now we have a practical application of Newton's color model. Now, let's make another really, really huge jump. And let's jump to a few centuries upwards. This is the 12-color wheel, which is at the basis of modern color theory. Now, you'll find this in every time you do a search on the net for color theory or whatever, you'll get this wheel or a form of it. The thing about color theory is that mostly it's Western-based. Usually it's like white males from the West that come up with the color theory. So this is what I'm going to teach you today. I'm going to teach you how to use the color wheel, color theory, and symbolism to pick the perfect colors for a project that you may have. Let's start with an example. So the first example, let's say that a client comes to you saying, I have a luxury brand, luxury, yeah, and I need a logo, but above all, I need a color palette. Which color do you think represents luxury? What do you think? So usually you go, if you were to go on the web and do a quick search, give me a color that represents luxury. Black, sorry? Purple, did I hear purple? Yeah. Gold, yeah, gold is difficult on the web though, isn't it? It always comes out like, it's either sun yellow or it's a bit brownish, not very good. So usually what you'll find is that the perfect color for luxury, according to the first page of Google for color symbolism, is purple. Everyone agrees with it? Purple, can you stand by that? Okay, So, in fact, if you go further and look at it, there you'll read that the concepts associated with color purple will be royalty, nobility, luxury, power, ambition, wealth, extravagance, magic. It's also the color of magic, isn't it? Yeah? So anybody in the room brought up Catholic? Any Catholic in the room? Yeah? Does this remind you of anything else, the color purple? Like this, for instance? Yeah? So to me, as a lapsed Catholic, this is, you know, in this image, there's a priest wearing a purple robe and blessing a coffin that's in the back of a hearse, and that's, to me, that's what purple is. It's the perfect color for a funeral. It's the color of death. So, okay, perhaps, you know, first experiment failed, not as great as we thought. Let's try another one. This is safer, I feel, like a wedding. Weddings usually for colors are easy, aren't they? I mean, the color for a wedding, I don't know if you agree, but usually, if you look into it, color symbolism, white is going to be the right color for a wedding. Why? Because you go and look at it, and all the, you know, again, first page of Google will tell you that symbolizes purity, simplicity, cleanliness, truth, honesty, all words, so, you know, concepts associated with marriage for some reason, light, you know, and all the rest of it. So can you think of anything else that could be associated with white? I don't know if there's anyone from China in the room. Hospital, for instance, yes, absolutely.
Funeral in some countries.
Exactly. So according to Chinese color symbolism, white is the color of the right color for a funeral. It's the color of mourning. So when I said this, I was really only joking. There is no way I can teach you anything about color symbolism. The real point is that color symbolism has huge limits. It's very culturally biased. Usually it's Western-centric. Preparing for this talk, I did extensive searches trying to find out what color means in other parts of the world, for instance, Asia, because here we are. And it's very difficult to find anything. So usually the perspective is extremely biased, and I wouldn't trust it, because what purple means for you, it means something else for me, and I can guarantee that every single color means one thing and the opposite of it at the same time. So let's get back to the wheel and learn something useful this time. Let's talk very quickly about complementary colors. This is something that Goethe came up with, by the way. So he observed that colors on the wheel, I mean, the first one to create a wheel was Newton, and then after him there have been dozens, so many color theorists that have used the wheel in various ways. Now, Goethe noticed that the colors that sit opposite one another have certain properties. They're called complementary colors. So in this image, we have a color wheel with the 12 colors, and then I'm showing you just 3 couples as an example, a deep red and a deep green sitting opposite one another, and a magenta, let's say, with a paler green, and blue and orange. So complementary colors attract one another, but they also repel. They're kind of the opposite of one another, if you want. Again, the first page of Google, if you're looking for color theory and color symbolism and so on, will say that complementary colors, color schemes are bold, so if you use them, your design will get noticed, it's dynamic, it's powerful, you're so cool if you use complementary colors, and so on. What they may not tell you, though, is that there are cases where you really should not use complementary colors. This is one example. So you have this deep, again, what would you call it? So this is another interesting experiment, how we call colors. What would you call this color? Pink, magenta, burgundy. See? Okay. Who is right? Who decides who is right about the name of this color? So if I now drop a bright green piece of copy on it, we're all blinded by it. So what happens here is a couple of things. First of all, never use text, complementary color text, on top of one another. It's not going to work. Another thing that happens here, as you can see, so the words in green, please don't, because I'm asking you to please not do it. They vibrate terribly, at least to me, because I have a particular eye condition that makes them vibrate very much. So another good thing is that with color on the web, you should never use colors that are too saturated, because they will cause visual fatigue. They create a vibration that makes it hard, that makes the eye work too hard. This is another example. Definitely not turquoise and orange. Please don't do it. And then the one that you absolutely must not do is green on red or red on green. Do not do this. Why? Specifically because red and green are a very dangerous combination in general, in the sense that the most widely spread color blindness issues refer specifically to green and red. There are people that would not be able to read this because they can't really tell green and red apart. Now, something else happens. Please, can you, I'm going to move out of the way, can you look at this, stare at it, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and then look somewhere else. Look somewhere that's white. Look to the ceiling, for instance. What do you see? Yeah? Say it. You see it again. You see the phantom. But how does the phantom image of this look like? Exactly. It's flipped. It's reversed. So what you are seeing is the posthumous color. I'll explain what that is. So back to Goethe. This is part of the experiments that he was making, the observations on color that he was making. The illustration on this page is taken from a fantastic book on color called Cromorama by Riccardo Falcinelli, who's an Italian scholar, and he talks about design. He is fantastic. This is now translated in many languages, thankfully. It's a wonderful book. So in this image, there's a lady dressed in 18th century clothes, and she has a very white complexion, very black hair, and a very bright red dress. Goethe was staring at her, fascinated by the color contrast, because this is a very high contrast image. And she was standing next to a white wall. So when Goethe looked somewhere else on the wall, he realized that he was seeing exactly what we saw earlier with the red rectangle and the green text on top. The phantom image. This phenomenon is called posthumous color. So something weird happening here, yeah. So in this other illustration, we see the color wheel with the complementary colors and their posthumous color. Basically, the posthumous color, so the phantom color that's caused from staring at color and then looking somewhere else, is a very pale version of its complementary. So in the case of red, you'll see a pale green, in the case of green, a pale red, in the case of blue, a pale orange, and so on. So the revolutionary idea that Goethe put forward is that our mind can produce colors. We can interpret reality to see colors that are not actually there or that are different from what we think we see. Now, I'm going to get the popcorn out while I ask you, what color is this dress? What color is it? Blue and brown. Beige and white. What else? White and gold. Okay, so we've got 3 interpretations here. And actually, you know what? It's blue and green and black. No one said blue and black yet, but it is blue and black. Yeah? So who's right? Are we gonna have a row? Are we gonna put it to votes? Who's gonna win? Is this a case, is it the fallacy of democracy? I would say so. This dress is whatever color everyone sees it as being. The thing is that I am right, because it's a black and blue dress. In reality, in real life, it actually is a black and blue dress. I am not right. I do not care. I love that. I find it endlessly fascinating that some people see it as white and gold. It's beyond me. But there you go. What about this trainer? Teal and gray. So we've got teal and gray there. Then? Mint and beige is a new one. I love it. Good. What else? Nobody sees the pink? Again, according to the owner or the trainer, it's pink and white in real life, but I bet that if the trainer was here, there would be people who say, oh, that's not a pink trainer, that is a beige trainer. I'm sure of it. However, I also do a lot of photography and so on, and I could tell immediately that this is, from the height of my wisdom, because I'm telling you what this is, truly is. I think it's a pink trainer with white details and white laces, but because of the light, it's got a greenish tinge. That's what I think. And I think I know better, because I know photography and so on. So I was challenged to go and open the image in Photoshop and check it. It's grey. It is grey. So if there's few things that are facts, but this one is a fact, because what is grey? Grey is basically, so this image is the pink trainer with the Photoshop color picker on it, with all the color models. And grey, what is grey? It's just a little bit of every color. And this is fundamentally what comes out here. So it definitely is grey. Here you go. Was I wrong? Was I right? Who's wrong? Who's right? I don't know. Now, another thing here. In this image, we've got an orange square flanked by a bright yellow strip, dark blue strip, and lighter blue strip. It's difficult sometimes in English. In Italian, we've got like 10 words to describe blue, and in English we don't. However, on top of the first of the orange rectangle on the left, there's a brown square, and on top of the lighter blue rectangle all the way to the right, there is another brown square. Now, which brown square is lighter than the other brown square? It is a trick question, indeed. How many people think it's the same, but don't see it? Do you see it as being the same? No. Exactly. It is the same because by now you know I'm tricking you, so obviously you think it's the same. However, to me, it looks darker when it sits on the orange, and it looks lighter when it sits on the blue. So, fundamentally, the point is that we do not know. So this image is famous as sort of the emblem of the theory of color relativity, which was elaborated by Joseph Albers, who was an artist and a scholar who worked on color extensively. And all the experiments that he conducted were aimed at proving that color looks completely different according to a number of variables that are not predictable. Now, in the digital world, of course, all those variables that we've seen in the real world are amplified to the max, because we're all using different screens, we're all using different devices, and it's virtually impossible to know what's going to come out. I was having a conversation yesterday with someone who was telling me that they had a client who was, the client was a bank, and the bank had a website that was all built using the brand palette. Someone from the bank, from the client, said, "Can you please change the color of the website to match my shoe?" Which is, of course, hilarious. And I told her, you should get paid by the hour and say, of course, I will do it. And then you know, just rake it in, ka-ching, 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 because obviously it's not going to happen, is it? Because as we've just demonstrated, what color is the shoe anyway? Is it gray? Is it pink? Is it green? We don't know. So I think this demonstrates that color is largely an opinion, and you shouldn't really let anybody tell you otherwise, because, as we were saying, the way we see colors is based on an unpredictable set of variables. Therefore, there is no absolute color truth. Your color interpretation is as valid as mine, and vice versa. So, the other interesting thing is that Goethe's idea also gets a final vindication, because Goethe's color ideas definitely apply to color in real life, but fundamentally also Newton was right. Not that I think they particularly care that we say that right, but however, it's very interesting how Newton did predict how color would work in monitors and on the internet, but also Goethe was for sure right. So, the most important lesson that we can draw from this is that color can't be chosen on the basis of personal preference or even psychology or symbolism. As you really can't choose color based on the shoe you're wearing. I mean, I'm sure you're all aware of this, but should a client ask for it, it's actually relatively easy. You could say yes, absolutely, you can say yes, because fundamentally it doesn't matter. Whatever color you choose, for instance, now blue seems to be the color of technology. Fine. But green is also the color of technology. Purple is also the color of technology. You can basically use any color you like. The important thing is that you, for instance, don't just rely on color to convey important information. In this image, we have the gates and terminals of an airport that are differentiated by color, but also by numbers and letters, because there could be someone to whom gray and red look exactly the same, therefore they wouldn't be able to get to their flight in time, and that would be a disaster. Because the reality is that 8% of men and 0.5% of women suffer from a color vision deficiency. But a lot of people don't even know they're suffering from it. We found out that my brother is colorblind. We didn't know, because he was insisting on wearing a terrible red tie that was clashing with his suit as he was getting ready to go to a wedding. He was insisting and saying, no, this brown tie looks great with this brown suit. And we're like, no, mate, there's something wrong here. So you may not even know. And also the other important thing is that around 2.2 billion people globally have a vision impairment. I'm always trying to describe the slides when there's an image, because I would be really happy if someone just listening to my talk were able to understand it, even if they can't see it. So you have to bear in mind that vision impairments are often very, very deeply affected by color contrast more than anything else. Let's go back to the wheel now to learn something else that is useful. Now, this color wheel has numbers in degrees written on it, starting from 0 degrees, starting at the top sitting on the red. And it goes all the way around clockwise up to 360. Now, this is hue. Hue is another name for color, but it simply refers to the position on the color wheel without taking into consideration how rich, how intense, or how bright the color is, how much light it has on it. So, never rely on hue when you build a color palette, because color blindness relates to hue. It's just the color that people can't see. It's not the brightness or the saturation. So what happens when a client comes with an already formed color palette that they paid a lot of money for because they went to a fancy branding agency? This is a real-life example now on the screen. There's a color palette that starts, it has pink, red, yellow, blue, green, lilac, violet, whatever. This is the color palette that my client came to me with. They're called Music Patron. They're a really cool music startup. You can look them up, musicpatron.com, super cool. I really love this palette because it's joyful, it's exciting, it's young, it's got lots going on for it. But at the same time, I looked at it and thought, I can see from experience that these colors, there's probably 2 color combinations that will work with text. One, probably yellow and black, and the other perhaps red and white, but I'm not sure. So I went to check whether, and especially the blue, I was sure wouldn't work with the white. So I went to check blue background with white text on top, which is what they were asking me to do, and it's not completely not accessible. And we're looking now at the contrastchecker.com, which is the simplest, quickest way of checking color contrast, and although it could be safe when really at big sizes, this is not good enough for me. What to do? They've spent a lot of money for this palette. So one neat trick to have the same color, because let's not forget, hue is the color. So back to the color palette, I'm using coolers.co, C-O-O, Coolers, which is a lovely tool that I really like. And I open the color using the HSB model. HSB stands for hue, saturation, and brightness. The hue of this blue is 222, which I like as a number. Saturation 49, which is good. So all these colors are not very highly saturated, which is a very good thing, as we said, so they don't vibrate too much on the screen. And the brightness is 73. So I leave hue and saturation completely alone, and what I do is I change the brightness down to 39. This gives me a much darker blue, which in the contrast checker again passes the test entirely. I can now use this blue and I can go to the client and argue that this is the same brand color because the hue is the same. I'm not saying they always fall for it, but you can definitely safely say that this is the same color. So this is an example of the same hue with different brightness value. There's 6 boxes of blue in different brightness, and below 0 saturation, so you have the same 6 boxes but in grayscale. So the first one is brightness 100, same hue and same saturation, 222 and 49. The second one is brightness 73, was the original color that we saw, and then down to 60, 40, 20, and 0. 0 brightness is black, same with any hue, okay? So this is the way that you can use brand colors for your clients in a way that's safe and accessible. So let your clients know that color is an opinion, but you can make it accessible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. We have a few minutes for questions.
I was very curious, why 8% for women, for men, and 0.5%?
I don't know. It's women carry the gene, but very rarely suffer from it. I mean, take this advantage, at least one, you know, something. Exactly, exactly. Yes. So those seem to be the numbers. Yes. And for instance, when sorry, I didn't catch your name, but so instead of having numbers to tell me how much time I've got left, they've got colors. They've got yellow, red, and green. So I said, well, luckily I see those 2 as different colors, but if I were someone who suffered from color blindness, I wouldn't know whether I got 10 minutes or whether I got 5, you know? So never rely on color alone.
Very good point, Peter. Thank you. Anybody else over here? Yes.
Hi, Peter. Thank you for a very generous and very beautiful exploration of these ideas. It's just wonderfully presented today. Now, I know you have opinions on animation in design.
I do, yes.
do those include opinions on the way that animation affects color perception as well? Does color and animation intersect in a way that we need to take into consideration?
Yes, so as you, I'm sure have noticed, I do use animation because I let color text be written on the screen, because I feel, please, if anybody gets affected and thinks that it was annoying, do let me know, because animation really affects me. That I find helpful because my follows as the words are written. Definitely, if animations are very dodgy, like really, really dodgy, once you use them, they must stop. So this one stops. It's not constantly repeated. So that's okay. If you add color to the mix, then obviously you're adding another potential disruptor that could really bother some people, especially if it's super bright. So yes, in terms of making things accessible, always explore what will work and what not. And I definitely think that if an animation on top of everything is colorful, that's a problem. And I can't remember whether it was with you that we had this. Basically, it was definitely yesterday. I was talking to someone here. When we build websites, it's human-computer interaction. We are building things that people are meant to interact with. It's very different from doing something that's pure animation that people are meant to just receive. So if you want to knock yourself out animating stuff and using super bright colors, by all means do a video. Do something that's meant to just be received. If you're building something that needs to be interacted with, keep it simple, because we're here to help people out, not to prove how creative we are. Sorry, it was like a very long answer.
Thank you so much, Peter. We probably have time for one small last question, if there's anybody. No? Okay. This is a small gesture for the time and effort you've taken, Peter. Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to Peter, people. Thank you so much. Thank you. You've been wonderful. Thank you so much.
guys are having fun? Yeah? Good. So, so allow me to introduce Isabelle Brichon. She is joining us from Australia. Just hi, everyone. She started her WordPress journey in 2000 as a plugin developer and themes, right? She has been core contributor to WordPress since 2019. So give her a big applause, right? She is, and also she is one of the main developers for the layout blocks, right? And she's going to talk to us about the layout blocks, what it is, how it works, and the future of the layout blocks, right? She's speaking for the first time at a WordCamp, right? So
yes.
Give her a big applause, right? And
thank you.
The stage is yours, Isabelle.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Isabelle. If you're on GitHub at all and looking at core repos, you might know me as Tell the Machines, because that's my username over there and on WordPress Slack. And I am here to talk to you about layout. And layout, I mean, layout is a super generic term. So more specifically, I am here to talk to you about layouts in the context of the WordPress block editor. What is a layout in the context of the block editor, you might ask? It is a block feature that can be added to any block that has inner blocks. So any block that's a container for other blocks can potentially have layout. And in order to add layout to a block, you would go into the block.json file, and you would add this experimental layout inside the support object. And you can set a default layout type in there also. So that would be the default layout for that block. And this sounds amazing because, you know, in the context of site editing, layouts are a very necessary thing. But before you get too excited about it, I want to add a couple of disclaimers. Nothing is perfect, right? So disclaimer number one is that some layout types only work with block themes or hybrid themes. A little bit of explanation about the terminology. Block themes are themes that are geared to work with the site editor, and they're generally composed of HTML templates and a theme.json file, which will give you all the style information for that theme. Now, hybrid themes are essentially they're classic themes, so themes that are built in, like, as WordPress themes have always been built, but you chuck a theme.json file in there so that you can make use of some of the extra styling functionality that comes with block themes. So the essential point here is that both these types of themes have a theme.json file, and that's the reason that some layout types only work with those themes, because they depend on certain settings in that theme.json file. And disclaimer number two is that layout only works with blocks that render their inner blocks with the use inner block props hook. So if you're trying to add layout to a custom block and it doesn't work, the chances are, especially if it's a really old block, because most blocks nowadays use this hook, what it looks like in the code is something like this. So in your block edit function, you'll be adding the use inner blocks props hook to the container of those inner blocks. If your block edit function is not structured in this way, then the layout functionality won't work. Cool, so what does this layout thing actually do, you might be asking at this point. And this is where I jump into the demo. And that's actually, okay, so let's look at the block editor. And I don't need my clicker now. And we have here a group block, right? And the group block, by default, comes with a layout type. Now this is, okay, so a couple of things that I should add before we jump fully into the demo. What I'm demoing here is the beta 2 for the next WordPress release. So that's the 6.2 release, which should be ready sometime in March. So what we're going to be looking at is the very latest features that are going into the next WordPress release. So the most up-to-date stuff possible. And the other thing is that the theme being used here is the 2023 default theme, and that is a block theme. So if you, by any chance, are more used to classic themes, there may be parts of the interface that are not familiar to you, but hopefully I'm going to explain everything as we go along. Cool. So this is a group block, and group blocks by default come with a layout type that we called constraint, and the constraint is because their inner blocks have a specific content width, and they will not go outside of that content width unless they are actually set. So I have an image block here, and in the alignment settings of the image block, I could set it to wide width, and it goes a bit wider. Notice that it's now wider than the actual text inside the block, or I could even set it to full width. And these are settings that in the block theme universe are only possible when the parent of that block has a constrained layout type that sets a content width, because you can only have a wide or a full width in relation to a content width that's not wide or full, that's like narrower. And that's the logic. And if we look in here inside the sidebar, we have a layout section, and there's a little toggle here that says inner blocks use content width, and it's set to on, which means that the inner blocks are using content width. Now I can set this toggle to off, and what happens is suddenly there's no content width, and these blocks inside the group are just taking up whatever width they have. If that text was bigger, then it would just go right to the end of the page. So there would be no limitation at all. So this essentially behaves like vanilla HTML pretty much. The only thing that makes this layout type different from vanilla HTML is that it sets a spacing between each block. So there'll be a top margin applied to every block, except for the very first one. The first one doesn't have any margin, as you might be able to see. And that top margin comes from the spacing value that can be set in the theme.json, just as the content width is set in the theme.json. And that is why neither of these layout types will work without a theme.json. Some more controls that we have if we are using content width is these two fields, which may seem weird, like maybe at first glance when you look at those, you might think, I need to fill these in with some value. You don't need to. If you don't fill them in, if you leave them blank, then whatever the theme.json sets as the content width will be used. However, you can fill them in, and then you can have, like, I don't know, content width of 300, and then set a wide width of 600, and then the blocks inside will respect that, for instance. But if you clear it, the theme always sets a default. And then lastly, we have these justification controls. By default, when there is a content width, all the blocks are aligned to the center, but you can align them left or right. Now, this justification in the text universe is usually used a bit differently. It means that your whole text block is either aligned to one side or another. In this case, we're aligning the blocks themselves. So if you have text, so you can see that that paragraph block up top isn't actually, the text isn't aligned to the right, because it's only the block that's being aligned, not the content of the block. Cool, so this is pretty much all we can say about these two types of layout. The group block is interesting because group is the only core block that has or can take any of all the types of layout that we have. So with those controls up there in the top right-hand corner, we can transform what was a group block into a row. And that means that suddenly all its children are side by side. And no matter how many children there are, unless, I'll show you the controls. So here in the sidebar, we have a completely different set of controls now. One of these controls allows us to wrap the contents to multiple lines, so the contents will just take up whatever natural space they would occupy as blocks, and if there's no more space in the horizontal, then whatever other blocks are there will just wrap underneath. But if you set it to not wrap, then potentially they'll just squeeze into as small as they can go and always keep on the same line. So that's interesting, but most of the time we probably don't want to do that. And now I have to... Okay, cool. Let me just get rid of that. What settings do we have for row blocks then, you might ask? We can set, so we can kind of toggle the justification, but if there is a really big block inside here and it's taking up all of the space, then that's not really going to work. If this image was smaller, for instance, we might be able to deal with this. So yeah, so you see, we can change the justification, we can make it go all to the right or all to the left, or we can add space in between the blocks. The other thing we can do is change the orientation, and when we do that, it actually becomes a stack block, which is sort of another, well, basically the name of a group block with this kind of vertical orientation. And how is that different from those other layout types that we saw at the start? It's because these stack blocks can also be set in different ways. So we can change, vertical alignment in a stack block doesn't do anything much unless it has a height, but the justification does. So we can align them, we can make them stretch, which kind of is only visible if I set, say, a background color. So you see how if the stack isn't stretched, by default, it's just going to be aligned to the left. But if you stretch it, it'll occupy all the space. But these, well, some of these controls maybe don't make a lot of sense unless we're actually looking at full layouts. So let us go and look in the site editor and see what practical applications these actually have in the context of templates. So this is the site editor. This is the list view that sort of shows us all the blocks that we have in the site editor. And I'm going to open the settings tab so we can see our layout settings. You'll notice that there's this middle section, which is a group block. It has content width. All its blocks are actually wide aligned, and so that's why we see it a bit wider than we were seeing that group block in the block editor. But the more interesting thing in the site editor here is the use of the row block in the header. So a header is wrapped up in several little blocks. There's a first layer of group block that gives it the wide content width to match the main content area. And then we have a row block, and this has a justification set to space between. So we have one item at one end of the row and another item at the other end. We could change it, but basically, this is how 2023 comes by default. Now, supposing I wanted to add a site logo in here, because, you know, you want to have your logo at the top of the page, and I kind of, ooh, these buttons, these buttons do not look good. Okay, so let's say I want my logo here at the top left-hand corner of my header, but then I have the site title. It's because with the row block, we've spaced the items to have space between. The site title is suddenly in the middle, which doesn't really look good. I want it to be sitting next to the logo. So there's a bit of new functionality coming out in 6.2, which allows us to set a relative size for children of row and stack blocks. And that means that we can use it to position those blocks inside the row or the stack. So if I go in here, so these are the settings for the site title block. And I'm going to go into styles, that's styles tab. This two-tab system in the sidebar is also a new thing that's coming out in 6.2, because there was starting to be a lot of controls for each block, and so they were now split into settings and styles, hopefully to make things a bit tidier. Now, if we go here under dimensions, I hope, oh, is that even visible? That's at the very bottom of the screen. Okay, maybe you'll just have to believe in me. There is a dimensions panel at the very bottom right-hand side of the screen. Maybe you can see it there. Yeah, you might be able to see it on that screen. I can try to zoom in a bit if that helps. Yep, and in the dimensions, you'll see that we have a width dimension, and if we open that, oh bugger, how do I get out of this now? Yes, if we open that, we have a toggle with 3 values. The default value is fit, and then we have a fill value, and the fill value magically stretches that item to fill all the available space, all the remaining space of that container block that's not being used by other blocks. And that means that I can now push out the site title to sit next to the logo, which I think is kind of cool. There's another thing that we can do with this toggle, which is set it to fixed. And in that case, we can specify a fixed width. So I wanted it to be like 500 pixels. That could also work if I wanted to sort of, position it. We can use other values than pixels here. There's %, viewport width, and viewport height, which can come in pretty handy. Yep. So that's essentially what I wanted to show with the header. What other things can we do? Yes. There's another pretty neat application for these new tools, which I will show you in a different template, which is let's look at the 404 template. So the 404 template has a bit of a problem, which is, I might have to zoom out. Did I zoom in? I might have to zoom out again. In its natural state, the 404 template doesn't have a lot of content. It just has this search bar. And that means that when we have a footer, the footer just sort of floats awkwardly in the middle of the screen. It doesn't stick to the bottom of the page. Designers do not like that sort of thing. And so they're constantly trying to come up with ways of this not happening. And now, I'm pleased to tell you that in 6.2, it will be possible to not do this. And I can show you how. So, list view again. We have 3 elements on this page. A header, so basically 3 sort of template parts, a header, a main content area, and a footer. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the 3 of them, and I am going to wrap them in a group, and you'll see why. I'm going to wrap them in a group, and I'm going to turn that group into a stack block. Okay, now something weird happens with the layout, because the stack block by default compresses all the items to the left-hand side, and that header is now looking extremely weird. But we can change that in the stack block settings by setting the justification to stretch, and that means that all of the blocks will now occupy the full extent of the screen, and it looks decent again. But the thing that we want to do is make the footer stick to the bottom. Okay, so how are we going to do this? The stack block in its styles, and this is another feature that I'm pretty sure is a 6.2 feature. Yes, it is, which is minimum height. We can now add minimum height to a block. That's under dimensions in the sidebar. And the minimum height can be set in relative units, such as viewport height. Now, what viewport height, for those of you who might not know, it pertains to the height of the actual viewport. So the values would go from 1 to 100, and 100 is 100% of the height of the viewport. But if we set this to 100%, because there are always headers and sidebars and things like that, we're going to get a scroll bar. We don't really want that, because it would be a bit silly to have a page with no content in it and a scroll bar. So we never set it to 100, but if we say set it to about 90, then that will make it look pretty decent. And the footer's still floating up there, though. Wait, that didn't work. So there's one further thing that we need to do, which is now we grab the main content area, which is a child of a stack block, and so it has those sizing controls that allow us to arrange it proportionally to its parent. And we go into styles again, dimensions, where are we? Dimensions are here, and now we have a height control. And the height control appears because what we control, as a child of a stack group, we're interested in controlling the height. If it were a row group, as we saw earlier, it will be the width. But we get the same set of controls, which is fit, which is the default, and then fill, and then fixed. And now hopefully if we set it to fill, yes, our footer has been pushed to the bottom of the page. So that works now. I think it works pretty well. Cool, what else do we have? There's another really neat feature that I want to show you. Should we save this? Yes, let's save this. This looks a lot much better than it did. Cool, let's go back to the home page, because this feature that I'm going to show you will only work in the opposite scenario, which is we have a lot of content to scroll through. So how many of you have ever wanted to implement a sticky header on a website? And it's never really been possible to do that before with the site editor, but now it is. Again, I'm going to, I always need the list view to navigate the site editor. There's so many blocks. But the list view is super helpful because it gives you an index of all the blocks and their children. And so, yeah, this is a total lifesaver for me. So what we can do if we want to make our header sticky, what we have to do, and this may seem very unintuitive, but the first thing we have to do is wrap our header in a group. And this is because the header is a template part block type. It's kind of it's a templatey thing. It's not really a blocky thing. And so it doesn't really have styling controls. It doesn't have any controls at all. So we have to wrap it in a group block because the group block is the one that has the controls. Now, the group block, by default, will apply a content width. And so we have to turn that content width off. We actually, hang on, where was I? Yes, group block, no content width. But now we have a group block. We can go into this. See that sidebar panel that now appears, which is called position. It has a little drop down, and the only possible values right now are default and sticky. But that sticky is the one that we want, so let's make it sticky. And now if we scroll, hopefully, why can't I scroll? Yes, if we scroll, our header is now sticking to the top of the page, but it looks like crap because the background is transparent. So the other thing that we have to do is give it a nice background color. It could be white, it could be grayish, off-white, whatever. I mean, it could be green if you want. It's probably not great as per the colors talk immediately before mine. Yeah, so let's make it gray. Okay, so we have a sticky header with not a great deal of work. Yeah, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it for the demo. How am I doing for time? Sorry. What, sorry? 8 more minutes? That's pretty good, yeah. Cool, that'll be enough. Let's go back to our slides and slideshow. And now I need my clicker again. So the demo has been done. What's next, you may ask, because layout is a feature that is being continuously worked on. So layout is still actually an experimental feature. And the next step, well, in my agenda at least, if I'm allowed to continue working on it, is stabilizing the API. Now, what do I mean by the API? It's what allows us to set the layout support in a particular block. And currently, you can add layout into a block, as we saw in a previous slide, but it's still experimental layout. And what we want to do is take that experimental off it and make it called only layout. Now, the major step that's still to do, there's been a lot of continuous improvement, consolidation, making the internals work more seamlessly, making them work with different types of block structure, which is kind of a challenge. There's been a lot of optimization of the styles that are output by layout. There are lots of, there can be conflicts, especially with older themes that have style sheets with CSS in them. So the idea is that the layout styles should have the minimum specificity possible, but they still need to be specific enough that they actually work. So that's been a bit of a challenge. But the major step, I was saying, that's still to go is to allow enabling and disabling it at a block level in the theme.json file. So in your theme.json file, I think I have a code, yes. So in your theme.json file, under settings, you can have a block section, and you can, for each individual block, like core block type, you can set or unset certain features. And the goal is that currently, if you try to do that, you might see the squiggle. The squiggle means that it's looked at the schema and it doesn't recognize that property. So that basically doesn't exist. So if you try to do that, nothing will happen. The idea is that so there's a little bit of work to be done in the back end to wire it up, but the idea is that once it's done, anyone would be able to go into their theme.json and either enable or disable layout for any block. I mean, only use it for blocks that have inner blocks. If you try using it on blocks that don't have inner blocks, then nothing will happen because layout really only applies to containers. So if your block isn't a container, then there's nothing you can do. Cool, what else? This one's exciting. This one's actually really cool, which is exploring a grid layout type. Now grid, as in CSS grid, if you know CSS, is a really cool way of making layouts responsive and making actually potentially really complex layouts with several columns and different types of widths. And in core, what this might look like initially is a layout type that can be applied to blocks. I actually optimistically created an issue recently, and the thing is, this has been talked about forever. But every time that this issue gets brought up, it's usually designers get super excited and they go all, like there's been a couple of issues like this opened by designers and they're all, yes, let's create this grid system where each template has like a 12-column grid and then you can snap the blocks to it. And it's perfect. It's like that sort of design system vision that designers have, and it's great, and I love that idea. It's awesome, but it's also going to be really complicated to implement. And so I'm rather hoping that we can start with baby steps and create a layout type and start playing with it. So that's still to come, sort of in the near to medium-term future. That's another issue about grids. Grids are excellent. Grids are great. The next thing, probably one of the very next things for the next release is going to be another type of position. So you saw sticky, which is really cool. The other type of position that we might have pretty soon is a fixed position type. And actually, some of the code to wire it up is already there. It just hasn't been done yet because sticky was sort of the first position type. It's kind of the easiest to implement in a way. So it was like, experiment with this and then see if it works. And fix, which is a bit more complex, it will require controls to actually determine where we want the block to be fixed, like in what position on the screen. But that should be coming up fairly soon. And the next one, so this seems so small, but it's adding a layout, adding a layout support to the cover block. And you'd think that the cover block would already have it. Like, people have been asking for this for ages. It's especially a problem for folks who build hybrid themes because when they add a theme.json to the theme, to the theme, it suddenly forgets the classic theme-defined content width, and so it can throw off the whole layout for the theme. So now, yeah, cool. And this has actually been pretty complicated because the cover block has a completely different markup structure from most other container blocks. So that required a lot of rethinking of how layout actually worked, which is why it hasn't been done yet. But there is a pull request open on GitHub, and we're working towards it. So if this is one of the features that you've been expecting to see, expect it soon in the next version of the plugin. Sadly, not for 6.2, but coming. How can you help? Last but not least, if you want to get involved, go over to the Gutenberg repo on GitHub, and if you can code, help out with code. If you can't code, help out with testing, test the latest versions of the plugin. Open issues. If you find anything wrong, complain to us, please. We love complaints, we love feedback. Politely worded negative feedback is great. It is super helpful to us. So yeah, please do get involved. There's a layout label in the repo which can be helpful to find issues related to this specific feature. And that's it. This is my cat, Charlie, and thank you for listening to me.
Okay, guys, time for quick Q&A. Any questions? Yeah. Just wait.
Are there plans so that you can set, like, you want a horizontal layout for a wide width, and then on a mobile view you want stacked? Are there things to control?
Not as such. So you mean...
So it's responsive.
Yeah, I mean, it could be if you set a row with a horizontal layout to wrap, then it kind of will be responsive, but you can't really control what's going to appear where, because it really depends on, and that's the problem of Flex in CSS, is it's not really thought out for very complex layouts with lots of things. That's one of the things that I personally am hoping that Grid will help us fix. So I've got a lot of hopes for the Grid layout type, which is basically allowing intrinsic design. So instead of having to set specific behavior at specific breakpoints, to be able to have a kind of smart container that will give you a layout that makes sense at any breakpoint without you having to define it specifically.
So can we expect container query stuff to land soon?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. We haven't, technically, container queries can already be used because pretty
Yes,
much
like just a week ago or something?
Yeah, all the browsers support them. So yeah, so container queries are, that's a great question. Container queries are much better than media queries, specifically for situations like the block editor, because you never know where a block is going to fit. We can nest blocks inside blocks, right? So if I have, I can have a row block that in full width has 3 elements and it sort of displays across the whole screen. But I never know if is that block always going to be full width? It might not be. It might be inside a column, and that column may only occupy half of the screen. So container queries are a great approach to that because they make the logic depend on the width of the container instead of the width of the screen. Now, specifically how we can implement container queries and how they might help us, especially with these layouts. Well, Flex, I still think Flex is kind of limited for responsive layouts in any situation. And I don't think that media queries or container queries help that. That could potentially be combined with Grid to great effect. Here am I spruiking around like, please, let's adopt Grid already. But yeah, Grid is the answer to literally everything. You can quote me on this. But yeah, so the answer, quick answer to that is, to the best of my knowledge, no one has actually started doing anything in code with it, but hopefully soon, yes.
One last quick question, anyone?
About the sticky header. You showed us a very simple implementation of the sticky header, but I was wondering, are you going to develop it further? Because sometimes you have content under it, and you want the sticky header, sometimes you want to be over the content if you have like a hero under it. Sometimes you want to push the content a little bit further away, like equal to the height of the hero. If you know what I mean. It might sound complicated.
Wait, are you saying that I might want to have content go over the sticky header?
No, under the sticky header.
Currently it goes under.
Yeah, but if you set that header to sticky, it's just going to be there, right, with the content under it.
Yeah, the content, when you scroll, the content will go under it.
Yeah, but are there going to be, like, it's a very common question because I serve a lot of agencies, and that header is usually a huge problem because of what I stated. Depending on what is under that header, you want the content to be, sometimes you want it to be pushed down a little bit. Sometimes you have a hero under it, and you still want the header, like, in the top, but you still want to see the image underneath.
So in principle, when you make the header sticky, so if I'm scrolled at the very top of the page, then it behaves like it did before. The stickiness only comes into play once I start scrolling. And why can't I scroll? Once I start scrolling, then look at that block toolbar, that shouldn't be happening. Okay, ignore the block toolbar. Once I start scrolling, all the content goes under the header. But if I haven't scrolled, then say you could have a hero image there, and that would be fine.
Well, let's say there's a hero image under the header, and if you scroll, you want the header to become transparent, where you can see the hero image, like, through the header.
So you probably wouldn't want the header to be sticky in that context? Maybe.
Only if you scroll, right? So you start with the header and the hero under it, and if you scroll, the header needs to become transparent so you can see the image below it.
that would be interesting. I don't know. We can't
It's a
make the header
pretty
transparent.
common scenario for me.
Please do me a great favor. The Gutenberg repo that I showed earlier, the link for, I would love it if you would open an issue in there, like a feature request, and explain that. If possible, include an image or even a video, whatever you think is easiest for you, because that's definitely something that, you know, should be looked at and might be possible to implement. But I think it's important to have the issue down in writing so that devs can look at it and sort of see the use case and think about the best way to implement it.
I will submit it.
Thank you so much.
Cool.
Thank you too.
Yeah, we're done with questions. Clap every. Yeah. Thanks, Isabel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, that's lovely.
Just a minute. Thank you. Okay, guys, we can now go to the closing remarks at hall number 1. It will start soon.
Attend meetups, networking events, connect with others. Have a chat with someone whose work intrigues you. WordCamp is a great place for that. The person sitting next to you could be your new connection that can help you in your career change. And never stop learning. Several years ago, when I decided to take a career detour and book a one-way ticket to start a new life in a new country, I didn't think of having a great career. I simply thought of wanting change and the thought of the impact of that change that can have towards myself and others. I didn't know that that small desire to want change can turn into something beautiful and something great. So tell me, if you had the opportunity to change your job for the better and be the person that you want to be, would you do it? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carol. Thank you. And here's a little token. Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture.
Oh, let's take a photo.
Thank you. I can see some people starting to file in. So we have a short break, 15 minutes break, and then the closing ceremony remarks will start at 4:30. Oh, 4:40. Okay, sorry, everybody who's come in for the closing ceremony, can you please make your way outside? I'm very sorry. We need to prep this hall for the closing ceremony. So I know you're here to reserve seats and stuff, but you all have to make your way out.
Hi, can I invite everyone to start making their way out? We'll see you in a bit, just a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is the end of day 2. This is the end of WordCamp Asia before we have after party. We did it! Finally, after so many years, WordCamp Asia happened. Thank you so much. I just want to say this has been the best 3 days since the pandemic started. I hope it was the same for you, because I saw a lot of smiling faces, a lot of happy people, and that was the best for me. That's why it was the best days for me. Thank you. We had great time. All the 3 days, contributor day to session days, a lot of hallway tracks, sponsors, yoga, swags. It's been just amazing to be able to do this in person. There are some stats that are exciting. We had 1,724 people registered. 12,099 people attended. Whoever's watching, who didn't come, it was because of you. We didn't hit the mark. Which is maybe Mr. Matt Manuel. Despite his absence, we had a great time. We had 653 people contributed. And 3,185 people viewed the streaming. I'm very proud that we were able to give a scholarship to WordCamp Asia Diversity Scholarship recipient, who is here with us today. Please come up. Awais Arfan. You might have seen him at the registration table. He also helped us as a volunteer, very hard all day. Yes.
Thank you so much for the, I would like to say thank you for WordPress community that I am here. I have enjoyed a lot of time with the speakers, with the sponsors as well. I have been here at the session desk as well. So it was so amazing for me to be here and to build network with the companies, with the sponsors, with the speakers. So it's so grateful for me because I'm the WordPress meetup organizer as well. So I would love to have some more WordCamps here, and we hopefully will be hosting a WordCamp in our country, in Pakistan. So we would love to have you in Pakistan as well. And I would like to thank you for our community manager, Shakir, Kashif, some other people, those who are in our country, those who are contributing for WordPress. We are also followers of our leaders, and so I'm here to, with the help of WordPress community and some of my peers as well. Thank you so much, WordPress and the team who is behind this WordCamp Asia 2023. I have a great time with the organizers as well because they are so nice, so helpful for me and some other people. Those obviously you have also observed all of the time during these 3 days. I have been here. It was so amazing for me to build and to learn something for WordPress, to share some of the insights that I have and from the other speakers, mentors that I have. It was so grateful for me. I cannot be able to have more time because you are waiting for the closing remarks by Nako. Yeah. So thank you so much, and have a great day as well. And I would love to say Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to also thank organizers. Please come up to the stage if you are wearing this shirt. Or even if not, please come up. Organizers, thank you so much. This is our team. WordCamp Asia 2023 organizers. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good time with them. Thank you. Please thank them if you meet them at the after party. And then also, they'll have extra tokens to make friends. So please say hi if you see them at the after party. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so time to thank other people. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, please seated. Thank you. Yeah, this is our first time, so wait, so. Oh. These are the names. Like I said, first time. You can tell I need some rest, but thank you, Chiaki, for creating these slides. And then next, we of course want to thank all the sponsors. Thank you. We have so many sponsors and company representatives. Unfortunately, I cannot call you on stage because there's so many and we didn't plan for a huge stage, but I like to make some roll calls. Thanks to SIAM sponsors. Cloudways. Please raise your hand if you're from this company. Cloudways. Thank you, Cloudways. Next, GoDaddy Pro. Thank you, GoDaddy Pro. There. And thank you, Google. Google. Thank you, Jetpack. And thank you, Yoast. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Silom sponsors, Bluehost. Where are they? Elementor. Gravity Gravity forms. Oh, thank you. Hossinger. Thank you. SiteGround. Thank you, SiteGround. WebPros. WooCommerce. WP Engine. Thank you. Thank you. Our stock sponsors, all-in-one WP migration. Pantheon. Oh, thank you. Titan. Tudor LMS. Wiglot. Thank you. WP Developer. Thank you. WP Manage Ninja. Thank you. And thank you, RE sponsors, Buddy Boss, Exabytes, InstaWP, Lycaland, sorry, RTCam, RunCloud, Stackable, Stripe, Theme Spark, WP Rocket, XP Studio, sorry, Yunjen, Yuanjen, sorry, and finally, Nana sponsors Amelia, sorry, Atarium, Broconomics, Hosting Seekers, Kubio, Main, Multi-Collab, Seed Waves, from local sponsor, thank you. Store Apps, Taro Sky, WP Umbrella, WS Form, thank you. All the sponsors, please stand up. If you're from sponsoring companies, please stand up. So many of you. Thank you. And volunteering, helping, speaking also. Thank you so much. You made it possible. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to thank Contributor Day table leads. If you are table leads, please come up. Come up, come up. Table leads, please come up. How many of you attended Contributor Day for the first time ever? It was exciting to be able to have a flagship WordCamp here, to have this experience, to have so many experienced contributor table leads, and help us guide have great experience at Contributor Day. Thank you so much. You make WordPress. Thank you. And thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I hope you all continue to contribute and be familiar with these people. Thank you. Okay, please go back. And next up, I hope you know who you are. Thank you, speakers. Please come up also. Speakers, if you're still on. One of the reasons why we wanted to bring the flagship event to Asia is that we're very envious of WordCamp Europe, WordCamp US, having great speakers live in person. And this time, we didn't have to travel too far away to have these very experienced speakers live. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you so much. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, speakers. Thank you. Now, we'd like to thank all the volunteers. Please come up on the stage. These volunteers are very, very talented, experienced WordCampers. MCs too, MCs, AV crews. AV crews. Huh? AV crews, I'm so sorry. Yes, MCs, AV crews. If you volunteer to do any help, please, unless you're organizer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody had a great experience because of these kind people, helpful people. Thank you, volunteers. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to have this great WordCamp. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. have time at the end, but yeah, it's we had about 80 branches and more AV crews and MCs combined, so thank you so much. And lastly, I'd like to thank, I'm sorry, sorry, this is branches list, I forgot again. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to thank, oh, okay. Thank you for your feedback. I like that. Okay. Okay. Sorry, okay. I can do it again later. Thank you to everybody who came today. Thank you for all the help, all the feedback, all the warm, kind words. That's why WordCamps are great, because these attendees are so warm and nice. So thank you for making this happen.
All right, so this is not the end. We have a after party today at Long 1919. It's a 15-minute walk from this venue, so if you want to take a Grab or transport, probably it's a 7-minute drive. Please bring your badges. No badge, no entry, so if your badge spoiled or you need to reprint, please do so at the registration desk. When you get into the venue, we will give you tokens for the food and drinks. Please collect them as you get into the venue. And if you need extra tokens, please talk to the organizer. They have a bunch of extra tokens. So if you need more drinks, talk to the organizers. And one more thing, we just serve finger food, snacks, and drinks. So probably you want to grab something before you head to the after party. Share your photos. I saw many of you have taken a lot of photos. If you want to find out all the photos, you want to download all the photos, you can go to this URL. Okay, you got 3 seconds to scan. And finally, we need your feedback, as this is our first ever WordCamp flagship event in Asia. We need your feedback, so please go ahead and fill up the feedback form and let us know what we can improve, what's good and what's bad, so we can do better next time. So before we end, this is a big announcement, so I want to invite our local lead, Nok.
สวัสดีค่ะยินดีขอบคุณมากนะคะสำหรับทุกคนที่เข้ามาร่วมในงานวันนี้เนาะก็คือรู้สึกดีใจมากที่แบบเห็นคนเยอะอย่างนี้รู้สึกสักเซสมากแล้วก็ขอบคุณทางทีมโลคอลมากนะคะก็โอเคwell good afternoon everyone I hope you all enjoy our WordCamp Asia our the first time. So I think this is the most time that you are all excited. I got a lot of questions from everyone to ask me and come to me. No, what is the next host city? Do you know? So I think it's about time about the two announcement about the next host city, which is the the globalists and the localists. The first one I would like to introduce with the localist, Huang Yi. Please come to the stand. And next is our globalist, John Ang from Singapore. And next is Andy from Malaysia. And the last one is Devin from Indonesia.
Thank you, No. Yay!
Wow, the first WordCamp Asia ever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Terima kasih. This took years of community building, lots of inspiration from WordCamp US and Europe, and then about 3 years of pandemic planning. But we got here. We got here. But it's the first WordCamp Asia. How does one ever top that? Thank you, Naoko. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, JC. Thank you, Nok. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Taipei, Huang Yi, what's waiting for us there?
Okay, so in Taipei, I would say it's the massive heaven for foodies. There you can get everything, anything you can imagine to fit your preferences. And does anybody like hot springs? There are hot springs in Taipei. And last but not the least, I dare you, Taipei is a safe place where anyone can walk on the street anytime. Yes.
Nice.
So, speaking about foods, there are various night markets with hundreds of stores with delicious finger foods. Fried chickens, bubble teas, you name it, you got it. And you can eat it all the way on the night markets. You can enjoy it. By the way, and Taipei also known as lesser traffics. You know what I'm trying to say. So, Devin, have you been to Taipei?
I haven't been to Taipei, but I've been to Taichung in Taiwan. And that's why I can't wait to meet the local Taiwanese community, the WordPress community in Taiwan.
Indeed, Devin.
Looking forward.
Indeed, Devin. So actually, the Taiwanese community has been waiting for this for a long time. And yes, that's actually the reason why I like this community, because we came here to build connections, we share experiences, and we enjoy every moment, from organizing team to our attendees. And we really want to bring this back to our local community, and our local community can't wait to share our hospitality with you. Thank you.
So, I cannot wait to get all the speakers, volunteers, sponsors, and all the committee members to the same room again.
So it's been a very amazing 3 days with you all. Thank you, Bangkok. And we'd like to invite you, if you want to join us, the organizing team, to organize the next best WordCamp Asia. Apply now.
So we're going to be around at the after party. If you want to talk about it, if you want to suggest something more, please talk to us there. See you at the after party, and see you in
Taipei.
See you in Taipei.
Taipei.
four of us photo, and then so you're almost free to go, but we like to do a photo from here, right? Before that, photo. Yeah, we like to do the group photo that way. Yeah, right? Sorry. Help me. Yes. We're gonna take photo. Hey, this one. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. You might have noticed me from Contributor Day. We're gonna take a group photo again, but this time we have a different cameraman. So, our organizers, our volunteering team has organized these seatings within these 3 rows, so we don't have to move today, but we're still setting up. Is it set up? Okay? For those, yes, can we get 3 or 4 of you to come inside a little bit more? Yes. Yeah, just come in front of us. Right here, you can come in front of us.
Hello there. Remember me? Right. Okay, so those of you at either side of the auditorium, in order to get into the photographer's frame, it'd be great if we could move in from those edge seats towards the middle. The framing of the photograph is such that this floor area is available, and if we do it nice and quickly, we might even be able to use some of the steps here. So, in from the sides, get in the frame. We want everyone's lovely, happy, smiling faces to remember this beautiful moment forever. This is something to capture and savor and show your kids, grandkids, AI avatars that later live in the metaverse. Perhaps the squid overlords that take over from us later on. When they dig up the fossils, they'll go, oh, what a pretty picture that was. And you will be in it, my friends, because you have moved from the edges to the middle of the auditorium for WordCamp Asia 2023. Love you all. God, you're beautiful. All of you. Coming in, guys, coming in. Some more here, that's it, there we go. You guys okay over there at the edge? The anonymity suits you, I can see that. Okay, all good. Okay, we're nearly there, Oh, the anticipation. Good there. We got some spaces up there. There's some seats there if people actually want real seats to sit on. Just there behind that walkway, some nice seats there. Topher, you can bring your posse across, Topher. That's it. P, bring the people, P. That's it. We've got seats. You'll be right in the middle of the best photograph ever. Well, after the blue dot and Saturn's rings.
Sorry. Can I get half of the team of Yoast to move in a little bit more? Sorry, Team Yoast. A little bit more. We're moving the screens. Thank you, everybody, for being cooperative. two of you from WP Developers, you may not be in the frame, so if you want to be in the frame, can you move in a little bit more? Okay, we're gonna take some photos. Okay. You may not know our crew. His name is Atsushi. He's from Japan. He's been taking photos for 2 days. His name is Ryo. He's also from Japan. Been taking photos. So both of them are gonna be taking photos, but just look right here. Don't matter which camera it is. All right. Is everybody ready? All right, count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, the next one goes to Atsushi. All right, on count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. Good. Let's take one more. All right. As you all know, the WordCamp Asia logo has A in it, and you can make an A with 2 of your hands. Yes, you can make it with 4 fingers, or you can make it with both of your hands like this. It would be nice if you can see all those marks. Got him? Got him? Hey, on count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile! All right, thank you, everybody. Oh, he's taking 360 if you want to be in your frame. Still smile. All right, let me hand it to Naoko, Sam. Thank you, everybody.
(6:30) at after party venue. 7 p.m. starts. 6:30 door opens. Doing more photo? More photos?
He wants the
Okay, then come up. Let's do it.
Sam, 8 leads photo.
8 leads. Organizers, stay if you can. Stay if you can.
Okay.
Organizers, please come up on the stage again. Organizers. Well,